Be seated. Routine proceedings, introduction of bills. The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Which, Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Point Douglas, that Bill 209, the Criminal Property Forfeiture Amendment Act 2, be now read a first time.
It has been moved by the Honourable Member for St. John's, seconded by the Honourable Member for Point Douglas, that Bill number 209, the Criminal Property Forfeiture Amendment Act 2, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Which, Madam Speaker, to try and bring greater inclusivity and autonomy to communities, I am pleased to bring forward to the House Bill 209, which would promote safer and more inclusive communities by directing monies raised by criminal forfeiture to non-profit community organizations that promote addiction treatments, mental health and harm reduction services, housing, community patrol and safety, and restorative justice. Miigwech, Madam Speaker.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Member for Waverley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Riding Mountain, that Bill number 211, the Employment Standards Code Amendment Act, Unpaid Leave for Reservists, Loi modifiant le Code des normes d'emploi, congés non payés à l'intention des réservistes, be now read for a first time.
It has been moved by the Honourable Member for Waverley, seconded by the Honourable Member for Riding Mountain, that Bill number 211, the Employment Standards Code Amendment Act, Unpaid Leave for Reservists, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Waverley.
Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure today to introduce Bill 211, the Employment Standards Code Amendment Act, Unpaid Leave for Canadian Armed Forces Reservists, to this House. This bill amends the Employment Standards Act to clarify when a reservist can take leave in order to participate in military skills training. The bill amends the act by reducing the minimum consecutive employment period required for leave from the current 7 months to 3 months, and the bill will also align it with federal legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Committee reports. Tabling of reports. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to table the following report for the Department of Justice: the independent review of the Manitoba Police Services Act.
The Honourable Minister of Central Services. The Honourable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to table the Public Service Group Insurance Fund Benefits Summary Auditor's Report and Financial Statements for the year ended April 30th, 2020.
Ministerial statements. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm asking leave of the House to waive the notice provisions for ministerial statements and to allow ministerial statements from the First Minister and the Minister of Sport, Culture and Heritage.
Is there leave of the House to waive the required time notice for the ministerial statements? Leave has been granted. The Honourable First Minister.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. In light of the global pandemic presently before us, this year's Remembrance Day is going to be like no other. However, the importance of the day is not lost upon all Manitobans, and it is to honor those who served or currently serve this great country with courage and with dignity, so that we may continue to enjoy our freedoms. So today is the start of Veterans Week, runs through the end of Remembrance Day. Veterans Week honors those brave men and women who have served Canada both past and present in times of war, times of military conflict, and in peaceful times, Madam Speaker, as we know, the military personnel that have been so important in helping us in times of need in Manitoba and during, for example, floods. This year's theme is the 75th anniversary of the end of the Second World War. We were pleased just last June to send the largest provincial contingent to France to share in the celebrations of D-Day in Juno Beach. We had, as you know, Madam Speaker, our military envoy attend the international celebrations. The MLA for Waverley, as well as the MLAs for Midland, and another member who I will remain nameless until I can remember him, Madam Speaker. We're all in attendance at a variety of events. In fact, as a delegation, we attended more events than all other provinces combined. And we did that because here in Manitoba, we understand and honor our military veterans and the services that are provided to us by our current serving members. And I neglected to mention and give some credit to the Minister of Agriculture at the time. We honor the bravery and sacrifice of those individuals. They fought for our freedoms. They fight for them today. And this means standing alongside, Madam Speaker, when we honor and when we celebrate Remembrance Day, those who fight for justice, democracy, and equality, not only here in Canada, but also around the world. Another initiative, Madam Speaker, I will briefly reference today is Bill 200. It's, of course, as members know, the Municipal Assessment Amendment Act, and it received royal assent this past spring. That was following through on our commitment to make veterans organizations exempt from municipal property taxes. Providing tax relief to veterans organizations is another positive way that we can, all of us, can show our appreciation to veterans and help the Royal Canadian Legion branches, the Army, Navy, and Air Force veterans, units that are facing financial challenges, and in particular accentuated by the realities of COVID, Madam Speaker. This legislative change will ensure that through provincial law, all ANAVETS units and Legion branches are treated equally throughout the province by exempting them all from paying municipal property taxes. We're honored, Madam Speaker, I know all of us are, to support our veterans and active military personnel right here in Manitoba, and we have many, of course, and I want to acknowledge the great work that our Special Envoy for Military Affairs, the MLA for Waverley, and his office is doing for all Manitoba military members and their families, not only during Veterans Week, but all year round, and as we approach Remembrance Day. I encourage all Manitobans, if they cannot, of course, because of the restrictions of COVID, participate in the ways they are used to in joining a Remembrance Day celebration, to celebrate virtually in light of COVID this year and safely, and to take a moment on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month to remember the many sacrifices made by those who have served and serve today, so that we may all continue to live free. On behalf of all Manitobans, thank you for your service, lest we forget. We will remember them always. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Freedom has never been free, Madam Speaker, and it's our brave veterans who remind us of the tremendous sacrifice and the tremendous contributions that those who have served in our armed forces have made so that all of us can enjoy the opportunities, the freedoms, and the privileges that we enjoy. I think that we as legislators, having the privilege of sitting in this hallowed chamber, ought to be even more steadfast in our observance of Remembrance Day, because it is the democratic freedoms that we practice in this house each and every day that so many people lay their lives down for and return home to tell stories about. Now, this year is going to be a different Remembrance Day. I'm very proud to represent a Legion in the constituency of Fort Rouge, and looks like we're going to be doing things virtually this year. But I can tell you that on behalf of all Manitobans, the feeling in our hearts will be no less intense and no less patriotic than it has been for past Remembrance Days. We're very lucky to live in a province where we have many sites and schools and airports that pay tribute to great war veterans past, whether that's Billy Bishop or Sergeant Tommy Prince. And of course, as we move forward through this most challenging year, I think that we're all looking at things a little bit differently than we may have in the past. We're in a time fighting this COVID-19 pandemic where we're reminded of World War I and of World War II. We're told that this is the worst recession that we've seen since before World War II. We're told that the borrowing happening this year is the greatest since World War II. And at the same time, Manitobans and Canadians from all walks of life are being asked to join together and mount a collective effort to save our society and our way of life, much as those veterans and those who served at home did in years past. Now this year, I speak to you as our city where we meet here is under Code Red. And I've been encouraging Manitobans to please not think about Code Red as a stop sign that's holding you back from doing the things that you love, but rather as that red heart that signifies your love of the community, or perhaps red like the poppy. Red like the poppy that represents the sacrifice of those veterans who served before us. And so this year, I think we can all agree that we have made sacrifices. Whether you're the school child, the senior, or just the average family, you've made tremendous sacrifices. Hopefully, our experience through the pandemic of 2020, as we reflect on the sacrifices that were asked of us, to wear masks, to stay home, to abide by physical distancing, when we reflect that those are relatively humble sacrifices next to those who laid their lives down on the front lines in Europe, in the Pacific, in other theaters of war, that we will think about those contributions a little bit differently and perhaps with a little bit more awe. So as we begin this Veterans Week, as we observe Aboriginal Veterans Day, and of course as we turn our hearts and minds to Remembrance Day, I hope that we all better understand the sacrifice of those great heroes and patriots who came before. Lest we forget, Kego Onikeekek.
The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park, I understand, would like to ask leave to speak to this statement. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park?
Yes, Madam. To speak in response to the ministerial.
Does the member have leave to respond to the ministerial statement? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to speak in honor of Remembrance Day next week. We take this time to honor the many individuals who have fought admirably for Canada over many years. It gives me great pride to honor those who paid the ultimate price for our province and for our country. We remember those who returned home with the scars of battle in their minds, and we remember that people gave their lives to fight for a brighter future that they would never see. Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not specifically express our deep appreciation for the contribution of Indigenous veterans to serve our country. One of those veterans includes Sergeant Tommy Prince of Broken Head First Nation, a great-great-grandson of Chief Peguis. Tommy Prince received numerous awards for his service in both World War II and the Korean War for his courage and exceptional skills. This Sunday, November 8th, I would encourage everyone to take a moment to recognize and remember our Indigenous veterans on Indigenous Veterans Day. Madam Speaker, I know for myself, this will be the first year in, I truly believe, my entire life where I will not be at the McGregor Armory for the heartfelt service. I have been attending this service with my father for as long as I can recall, and throughout the years, I've had the opportunity to get to know a few of our veterans who are still with us here today. Remembrance Day at the McGregor Armory was always presented the opportunity to lay a wreath and to say a prayer as we slow things down, and we truly took the time to recognize what Remembrance Day means. Madam Speaker, I am sure all of us members have heard the poem Remembrance Day, but I thought it would be nice to recite here and get on record. We wear a poppy on Remembrance Day, and at 11 we stand and pray. Wreaths are put upon a grave as we remember our soldiers brave. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all who have and continue to serve. And I'd like to ask for leave for a moment of silence following this statement.
Is there leave for a moment of silence? The leave has been granted. Please stand. The next ministerial statement is from the Honourable Minister of Sport, Culture and Heritage. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we recognize Manitobans who, like millions of people around the world, are preparing to celebrate Diwali. Known as the Festival of Lights, Diwali is the 5-day Indian festival observed by Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, and Jains, and it's also observed by people who are not religious. Diwali represents a period of renewal, inspiration, optimism, and a recommitment to values centered on peace and harmony. The lighting of diyas or lamps represents victory of good over evil, light over darkness, truth over falsehood, and knowledge over ignorance. The Festival of Lights serves as a beautiful reminder of the value placed on family, friendships, and a peaceful coexistence. While Manitobans are not able to gather as in previous years, we must remember that during these unprecedented times, to remain kind, to help our neighbors, and to support each other. Even in the midst of darkness, light and goodness will ultimately prevail. Madam Speaker, I am so proud that diversity is one of Manitoba's greatest strengths. It unites families, friends, and communities from across our beautiful province. And it encourages all of us to share our wonderful traditions and our vibrant cultural celebrations. So as Manitobans, we all have the opportunity to learn from one another, appreciate one another, and live harmoniously, side by side, like a row of lights, which is Sanskrit translation for the word Diwali. Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure to wish a happy Diwali to everyone preparing to celebrate this very important festival. I extend my warmest wishes to all of you on behalf of all of us in the chamber and to all of your loved ones for a safe, healthy, happy, and prosperous Diwali. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I would just ask anybody that is wishing to speak remotely that they please let our moderators know that they wish to speak. Otherwise, we do not know who is wanting to rise and speak to this. The Honourable Member for Burrows.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Diwali is a festival celebrated by Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, and Jains in Manitoba and around the world. For some, Diwali coincides with the harvest festival, New Year, and various religious celebrations. For example, in Sikh religion, it is celebrated as Bandi Chhod Divas to celebrate the anniversary of Guru Har Gobind Ji being released from the prison at Gwalior Fort along with 52 Hindu Rajput princes. It is celebrated with great joy as it was a time when right prevailed over wrong. Diwali is celebrated during the darkest night of the lunar moon with important rituals taking place on the third day. The word Diwali comes from the Sanskrit word Deepawali, meaning row of lighted lamps. When celebrating Diwali, communities will create a fascinating festival of lights in their homes, shops, and various public spaces. It is truly a beautiful celebration of faith and community. The celebration of Diwali goes back more than 2,500 years. In India, Diwali is one of the biggest celebrations of the year. The ancient celebration is linked with various stories and religious contexts. Many of the stories of Diwali's origins commemorate the triumph of good over evil and knowledge over ignorance. During Diwali, folks will shop, decorate their homes, adorn their spaces with fragrant jasmine, feast, make personal resolutions, and spend time with their loved ones. Diwali has also become an opportunity for cultural exchanges. Community members, politicians, and religious leaders will meet worldwide. And this
The member's time has expired. There's a request. Is there leave to allow the member to complete his statement? Leave has been granted. The honourable member for Burrows to complete his statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Diwali has also become an opportunity for cultural exchanges. Community members, politicians, and religious leaders will meet worldwide, and this often represents the importance of diversity, inclusion, and togetherness. Madam Speaker, my colleagues and I understand that this year it is very different for folks celebrating Diwali here in Manitoba and around the world due to the pandemic we are fighting against. We wish everyone a safe and joyful Diwali with their closest loved ones. Thank you.
Was there anybody else that was going to speak to this? Or ask for leave to speak to this? If not, we'll move on to member statements. The honourable member for Lagimodiere.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every November 11th, since being elected, I have had the honor of attending Remembrance Day ceremonies, organized and hosted by the Norwood St. Boniface Branch 43 of the Royal Canadian Legion. They're typically somber occasions, as we remembered our young men and women who paid the ultimate sacrifice in order to secure the freedom we share here in Canada. Unfortunately, this year, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there will be no official celebrations to attend in person on Remembrance Day. The mission of the Royal Canadian Legion is to assist veterans in order to promote remembrance and serve our communities and our country. A small group of dedicated volunteer members who work year-round to promote remembrance, assisting Canadian veterans and their families in times of need. They are also involved in facilitating many charity groups in the community at large. The Legion is a role model for us all, especially during this pandemic, where we must give of ourselves and work together to help combat COVID-19. Manitobans have come together in the past when facing challenging circumstances. Brave Manitobans have fought in both the Great War and World War II. During the flood of 1950, Manitobans unified in the face of adversity, worked as a team to save their homes, the homes of their families, and of their neighbors. During the ensuing polio epidemic of 1953, Manitobans again came together and did their part in order to stem the tide of the disease. In 1997, Manitobans worked in unison to fight the greatest flood in the Red River Valley since 1852. In all of these circumstances, Manitobans have overcome what seemed to be an overwhelming adversity and prevailed. This year, with no official in-person Remembrance Day ceremonies to honor those who paid for our freedom with their lives, you can find ways, though, to pay your respects by either visiting a cenotaph safely in person or by means of a virtual ceremony.
Member's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, I ask for leave to continue.
Is there leave to allow the member to complete his statement? Leave has been granted. The honourable member for Lagimodiere.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You can attend virtual ceremonies that are available online. We must also honor the memory of our fallen veterans by working together to help stop the spread of COVID-19. On November 11th, we as Manitobans will take a moment of silence to honor the fallen heroes, and I encourage everyone to take another moment to plan our part in helping our fellow citizens with overcoming this pandemic. We must also remember that our frontline workers are working tirelessly every day for all of our safety. Thank you to everyone who's done their part already, and I encourage everyone to heed advice of our public health officers and work together to help protect our fellow Manitobans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Concordia.
Madam Speaker, for kids across Manitoba, a teacher who can instill a love of learning in their students is critical to getting a good education. That's never been truer than now, in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, where innovative teaching techniques that meaningfully engage students is paramount. In Northeast Winnipeg, one educator who has exemplified how much of a difference meaningfully engaged students can make is Jenna Forsland. Ms. Forsland teaches math, science, and environmental studies for students grades 7 through 12 at Elmwood High School, and has taken the importance of innovative and dedicated teaching to heart. Her engaging teaching style in the classroom has included everything from helping students build a 3D model of a city to learn about Indigenous land rights, to empowering students who mentor younger kids through water-related sustainability workshops, and regularly integrating technology into math and science classes, something that's more important now than ever. Ms. Forsland's impressive work has not gone unnoticed. Earlier this year, she was recognized for her outstanding achievements with the Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence in STEM. She is truly an exemplary leader for students around our neighborhood throughout the community of Elmwood and is well deserving of this award. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues, it's vital that all educators be given the resources they need to help students learning during this unprecedented time. We know that investments like smaller class sizes or access to technology make a real difference for kids and their teachers. And I believe that the provincial government has a role to play in making supporting educators like Ms. Forsland a top priority. On behalf of our community, I wish to congratulate Ms. Forsland on her outstanding work and this prestigious award, and thank her for her many years of hard work as a dedicated educator. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, insensible to basic common sense and decency, ignoring urgent demands of Manitoba's doctors, incomprehensibly, we are seeing that the Pallister government is continuing even now in a global pandemic, from Flin Flon to Roblin to Selkirk, forging ahead on its healthcare consolidation plans of cuts, privatization, and closures. A few weeks ago, healthcare workers came to my office seeking help. They are part of a group of WRHA laundry aides whose simple yet decent livelihoods have been shattered by this government's reckless cuts to our healthcare system. This government closed down the WRHA laundry facility in the city of Selkirk. Workers were forced to take early retirement or reapply at a laundry facility on Inkster Avenue in Winnipeg. This government cut full-time jobs for laundry aides at the Inkster site. They have lost full-time hours and benefits they need to provide for their families. Even though their work is integral to healthcare, they are now precarious workers, never knowing from week to week if they'll have enough hours to pay household bills. These laundry aides describe their current working conditions as utter chaos under this new quadrupled amount of management that was brought in without practical experience of how this fast-paced facility is supposed to run. Management brought in expensive robots to replace staff, but these robots don't work. They're gathering dust in corners. New management has cut necessary water breaks. Laundry aides used to take real pride in their work, but now they say there are no more considerations for quality. Unattended piles of laundry are stagnating for too long, growing mold. When friends and family need to be admitted to hospital, laundry aides tell them to bring their own linens. Commitment to quality, workers' ability to provide decent incomes for their families. All of this is gone under this PC plan of healthcare consolidation and cuts. In Alberta, we are seeing wildcat strikes from healthcare workers. Unfortunately, I can see that happening here too. From laundry aides to ICU doctors, their message is one and the same to this PC government. Prioritize the healthcare needs of Manitobans. Stop your reckless cuts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is a point in the future that this pandemic will be a thing of the past. We'll be able to look back on the virus as a memory. In the meantime, I think we have a very hard road ahead. We've been in code red since Monday. We started in code orange back in September, and doctors are pleading with this government to do their job, and the Minister of Health questions their motivation. The Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce, the Manitoba Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business have all said that this government supports for small business are not enough. Now, I've spoken with business people who are not eligible for any provincial aid because of the strings that are attached. Businesses are disqualified if they get federal help. And the problem, in many cases, for the programs that have already been announced is that money has already been gone. We're now in code red, cases are climbing, and they are doubling every 10 days. Doubling. This is the single biggest emergency in 100 years, not just for Manitoba, but for the world. It demands the single biggest response in 100 years. Of course, there are limits to what governments can do. Of course there are. But in Manitoba, we are nowhere near those limits because we are holding back on investments in money right now that will save lives and save businesses. Since Code Orange and Code Red, we have not seen any new legislation that will commit to helping Manitoba businesses. There are one-person businesses with no employees or one employee who cannot apply for the wage subsidy, and wage subsidies don't help businesses that have to stay closed or that don't have revenue. I want to be absolutely clear about what is breaking us. It is the false belief that in what everyone acknowledges is the worst crisis in a century, that we have to keep running the economy the same way. We need an emergency business response just as we need an emergency health response, and both have been sadly lacking, to make sure that we all get through this and that no one gets left behind. I hope that the government will be ready to introduce such legislation on the day we return. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Waverley.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to inform members of this House and all Manitobans that beginning today and through to the end of Remembrance Day is Veterans Week. Veterans Week honors those brave men and women who have served Canada through times of war, conflict, and peaceful times. This year's theme is the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. Our government continues to focus on all Manitobans, especially to our veterans who sacrificed so much so that we could all live free. As Special Envoy for Military Affairs, I want to thank our Premier for having given me the opportunity to be part of the Manitoba delegation for the 75th anniversary of D-Day at Juno Beach in Normandy, France last June, a pivotal moment to the start of the Second World War. 2020 continues to be a challenging and unprecedented year with the onset of COVID-19 for all Manitobans and those across the country and around the world. However, as Manitoba's military envoy, I have been busy throughout the spring, summer, and fall, leading up to Remembrance Day. This summer took me to several legions and ANVETs throughout Manitoba to hear about how they are dealing with COVID-19 and the economic recovery in Carberry, Brandon, Swan River, Grandview, Erickson, Minnedosa, Neepawa, and Gladstone, to name a few. I want to remind all members that this Remembrance Day will be the first in over a century held in the midst of a global pandemic. This fact does not deter us from losing sight on the importance of this day. It is to honor those who have served this great country with courage and dignity so we can practice our rights and freedoms. Thank you to HMCS Chippewa, the Charleswood Legion, Seven Oaks School Division, Fort Richmond Collegiate, Park Care Manor, and Deer Lodge Center for allowing me to participate in your virtual ceremonies. Thank you to all who are being creative in their own way for Remembrance Day. So on November 8th for National Aboriginal Veterans Day and on November 11th for Remembrance Day, please find the time and take a moment to remember those who served. Thank you for your service. Lest we forget, we will remember them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, doctors and other healthcare heroes are speaking out. The Premier's half measures are failing. The situation is getting worse. Small businesses are hanging on by a thread and need new financial assistance. But this Premier has failed to prepare. Everyone knew that there was going to be a second wave coming, and yet it appears to have caught this government, this cabinet, this First Minister unprepared. And that's not just our opinion. That is the opinion of 82% of people in Manitoba, Madam Speaker, and they're right. Doctors have been warning for more than a year that the ICU capacity was an issue. The Premier needs to be accountable. Why did he fail to prepare our healthcare system for the second wave of COVID-19?
The Honourable First Minister.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, absolutely. We're in the middle of a COVID pandemic. It's unprecedented. Every jurisdiction around the world, frankly, is dealing with a second wave. We're dealing with it as a consequence of preparations more strongly than we would have been without them. And Madam Speaker, we thank our leading healthcare public health experts for their constant work. That has been something that has been very much appreciated, I think, by all. Madam Speaker, we appreciate the input of all physicians. The member has referenced physicians' input, but we can't have, Madam Speaker, several thousand public health officers. We have Dr. Brent Rusin, and we will place our trust and confidence in him at this time. We will continue to do that, Madam Speaker, because in the certain knowledge of this challenge, we need to not panic, but rather have a plan, and we are following that plan, Madam Speaker, with real health leadership provided by Dr. Rusin.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, hundreds of doctors have signed open letters saying that this government's response is failing. In fact, there are letters going back a year that said this government's cuts to emergency rooms and cuts to healthcare were causing critical issues in our intensive care units. Now, even though there was a year's warning, and even though the pandemic hit 8 months ago, and we had a summer with relatively few case counts in which this government could have prepared for the second wave, they didn't. What have they been doing this week instead of helping to ramp up ICU bed capacity? Well, they've been attacking physicians. They've been refusing to apologize to those physicians after insulting them. The Premier of Manitoba should apologize for his health minister's comments and for his conduct. It would be an act of good faith and a sign that this government is going to start listening to the experts on the pandemic. Will the Premier apologize?
The Honourable First Minister.
I know that the member opposite, Madam Speaker, has some experience in apologies, and I know that he is right to be contrite. Our minister has worked diligently with more focus, arguably, than any Manitoban, and I don't think there's a Manitoba doctor who wants his job. So, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that this is a time for grace. I would suggest this is a time for mutual support. I would suggest this is a time to get the Team Manitoba and not try to score political points in this place or outside of it, for that matter.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, you know, you never lose anything by saying sorry. And in this case, in which there are physicians and other healthcare heroes saying that they have serious concerns about our healthcare system, it's remarkable that not only is this health minister, but also this premier trying to throw shade, trying to cast aspersions, trying to demean their good intentions, their proper motivations. Madam Speaker, an apology would not save lives directly, but it would help to reset the relationship. It would show that this government, instead of trying to attack, is actually maybe willing to listen for a change and willing to admit that sometimes they get it wrong. If this health minister will refuse to apologize, if this premier will refuse to apologize, is there anyone in that PC cabinet who will stand up and do the right thing?
The Honourable First Minister.
I appreciate any reference to doing the right thing from the member opposite, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate any reference that the member may make to apology. And I appreciate any reference the member may make to admitting past mistakes as well. The fact of the matter is the member himself has not been accountable for past mistakes, and nor has he acknowledged that what this government was handed was a miserable pack of mess by the previous administration after 17 years in power, Madam Speaker. The longest wait times in the country, the worst results. And Madam Speaker, we have maintained and strengthened our investments in healthcare to the tune of more than $640 million in this year's budget alone. We have attacked a pandemic by working with and listening to our medical experts. And Madam Speaker, the member opposite is not a doctor. He should not pretend to be one, even though he's given business to doctors for many, many years.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Not a physician, Madam Speaker, but somewhat of an amateur historian. And history will record this government's failure during the pandemic. Unfortunately, they will also record the failure of this health minister and the premier to do the right thing. We also know that they have failed abysmally when it comes to protecting local business. Local businesses are already stretched thin. Those organizations that represent them are speaking out. Even individual business owners, fearing risk of reputational harm or reprisal from this government, even they are motivated to speak out. They want to protect their livelihoods. They want to protect the jobs of the people who work for them. Now, we know one of the big hits that this government is going to put on them is an increase to Manitoba hydro rates. Will the Premier listen? Will he cancel this raise to hydro rates for Manitobans and Manitoba businesses?
The Honourable First Minister.
The NDP put hydro quintuple in debt when they were in power, quintuple. And now the member talks about defending ratepayers, Madam Speaker. They pursued projects they had no business pursuing, and the member talks about irreversible expenditures the NDP ran up, and now he says he's the savior of Manitoba ratepayers. I don't think so, Madam Speaker. Neither the small business people. They understand that our programs are the third most generous in the country in terms of total budget, that they are working to create more jobs than in any other province. And Madam Speaker, I have
Order.
I have understanding, intimate understanding of the lobbyists who work with organizations I once was active in and support, Madam Speaker, but I will tell the member this. We are doing everything we can to support those organizations. We'll continue to do that, but we are focusing our resources directly on the small business community, not on special interests. And Madam Speaker, that is what we'll continue to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a supplementary question.
Because of the actions of this Premier and his silent cabinet, we know that Manitoba businesses are going to have to pay more to heat their homes. Natural gas rates are going up. The same is true of Manitoba homeowners. Winter is coming, Madam Speaker. But rather than helping Manitobans by making life a little bit easier, a little bit cheaper this winter, the Premier is hiking natural gas rates. Now, rates already went up by 5.6% earlier this month, and now the Premier wants to raise it another 3% by rushing through a piece of legislation later this evening. That's nearly a 9% increase this month. Families need help to make ends meet. Businesses are closing the door. The Premier is sitting on his hands. Will the Premier stop his plan to increase natural gas rates and cancel his BITSA bill today?
The Honourable First Minister.
We have conditional and non-repayable loans and working capital programs, Madam Speaker, that are helping over 10,000 Manitoba businesses as we speak. There were no such programs in place before, Madam Speaker, under the NDP after 20 years. We have targeted business supports as well. Wage subsidies, student wage subsidies have helped over 20,000 people get back to work, Madam Speaker. Maybe the NDP would like to today acknowledge that those programs are working better than any other jurisdiction. Others have already. Public insurance rebates, Madam Speaker. Lower public insurance premiums. The NDP raised them. We lower them. Workers' comp rebates. The NDP raised the workers' compensation premiums. We lowered them. Infrastructure spending at record levels, Madam Speaker. I can only tell the member that he's wrong, and I can only suggest to him that while they took money away from small businesses, we're putting it back in the hands of small business people.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, I can only hope that the Premier will see reason and back away from that 9% increase to natural gas rates. We know that he is dead set committed to increasing people's hydro rates. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Manitoba Hydro is profitable. We all know that. $100 million in profit last year, $50 million projected for this year in spite of the pandemic. Now, what is the response of this Minister of Finance and this Premier? Well, they want to tax people on their hydro bills.
Order.
They want to dramatically increase the rates that Manitobans have to pay during the worst recession that any of us can remember. Well, we have a clear message on this side of the House. That is wrong. That's right. That is wrong. There's no reason to force through this hike. Will the Premier back down from ramming through an undemocratic increase to Manitoba hydro rates this evening?
The Honourable First Minister.
The member speaks of something he has great experience in knowing what's wrong. Madam Speaker, what would be wrong would be to take $10 billion away from Manitoba ratepayers and throw it into silly projects, Madam Speaker, they'll have to pay for the rest of their lives, and that their children and grandchildren will have to pay for. That would be wrong. Madam Speaker, and the NDP did that. Madam Speaker, the member also should acknowledge when he speaks about small business that taxing people and raising PST on their home insurance would be wrong. That's what the NDP did. We took that off. And so now tens of millions of dollars in the hands of small business. But Madam Speaker, it goes further than that. They also put the PST on your home insurance, and I don't think you have a home-based business, Madam Speaker. But the fact of the matter is, we're taking that PST and putting it back in the households of this province, where the NDP took money away from kitchen tables and from small businesses. We're putting that money back in the hands of the people who build our economy.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Which, Madam Speaker, the Premier and his health ministers' blaming, condescending, and absent approach to COVID-19 has resulted in avoidable deaths in Manitoba. Under the Fatalities Inquiries Act, the Chief Medical Examiner has the authority to call an inquest surrounding the cause and manner of deaths of Manitobans. I am writing the Chief Medical Examiner this afternoon, urging him to exercise his authority under the Act to call an inquest as soon as it is safe to convene one, to investigate the circumstances of dozens of deaths in Manitoba due to COVID-19. Will the Premier also encourage the Chief Medical Examiner to do the same?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
Madam Speaker, at a time when Manitobans most need reassurance and the leadership of opposition parties to fall in line and do their part, as Brent Roosin, Dr. Roosin loves to say, we're all in this together. The NDP does not miss an opportunity to try to advance their narrow political interest at the expense of Manitobans. Right now, today, the opposition could help by indicating that they have confidence in the senior health leadership installed in this province to keep all Manitobans safe. Will they give that assurance to Manitobans?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for St. John's on a
Madam
supplementary
Speaker.
question.
Miigwech. The Chief Medical Examiner, Madam Speaker, can call an inquest on deaths due to a contagious disease that is a threat to public health, and, Madam Speaker, in a prescribed type or class of facility or institution under which the regulation specifically mentions Parkview Place. The pediatric cardiac surgery inquest, an inquiry into the 12 deaths at the Winnipeg Health Science Centres in 1994, is an example of such an inquest to provide Manitobans with a full explanation on what transpired and what recommendations were made to prevent future deaths. Will the Premier follow the law and support a public inquest into the deaths of COVID-19?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
Madam Speaker, this is sad, but it is regrettably typical of the opposition party. Madam Speaker, we believe that the early interventions of senior health care workers acting in accordance with their colleagues and doctors and nurses in this province, that early intervention has saved lives in this province. The early work that was done to protect personal care homes by making one worker per site, the early work that was done to secure PPE even while global supply was diminished, the early work that was done to make sure we were getting the right equipment into Manitoba, the early work that was done to create more ICUs, these things have saved lives, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John's on a final supplementary.
Miigwech, Madam Speaker. Manitoba law requires that an inquest be conducted into the death of Manitobans due to COVID-19. The decision to call a full inquest into all of these deaths rests solely with the Chief Medical Examiner. Given the numbers of Manitobans who have died to COVID-19, including more than 24 Manitobans in personal care homes, an inquest is paramount to families having some type of accountability from the Premier. Again, I will be sending a letter within minutes, Madam Speaker, to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, encouraging him to exercise the authority under the Act to fully investigate the circumstances surrounding these deaths so that we can prevent future tragedies. Will the Premier do so as well? Miigwech.
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
Madam Speaker, it is clear to me that Manitobans have a desire to know more about the significant planning that is underway to be able to flex the healthcare capacity. I even believe that the doctor's letter that was written clearly shows there's a desire among doctors and others to know more about the plan. This is why our Chief Integration Officer offered more detail into that plan last Friday, but we are committing to offer a briefing to all MLAs of this legislature, to doctors, to Manitobans, and to the public. That briefing for MLAs will be coming up shortly. I would invite that member and all members to be attending that to learn more about the ways in which this team is working to keep Manitobans safe.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
Madam Speaker, paramedic services in Manitoba are under significant strain. One retiring paramedic told media that calls for their services have risen to unprecedented levels, leaving hours at a time where no ambulance at all is available. Chief Lane explains that there's not been yet a new ambulance service in many years, despite growth in service demands. The toll during the pandemic has been enormous, with WCB claims associated with burnout and mental health tripling since last year. What is the province doing to resolve this growing concern?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
I'm really pleased to be able to answer a question on the subject of the support that this province provides for the Winnipeg Fire and Paramedic Service, because there's been so much misinformation out in the public. This misinformation caused me to again ask my officials to provide new detail about what we actually do and how we've increased services. Here's what it shows, that in just the last 5 years, our funding for paramedic service in Winnipeg has grown by 400%, while the City of Winnipeg's funding has fallen.
The Honourable Member for Union Station on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, during the pandemic, the Palliser government has chosen not to address the concerns I've just raised, instead running full speed ahead with a plan to privatize paramedicine in Manitoba. Recent proposed regulatory changes include the following. The proposed amendments will enable for-profit corporations to engage paramedics and emergency medical responders to provide primary care and prevention services. This is a familiar refrain from the Palliser government: underserve the public and open the system up for private interests. Why won't this government simply provide the public ambulances that are so sorely needed?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
So, Madam Speaker, I actually understand that the full city fleet in the city of Winnipeg is 36 units. We've replaced every single one of those units in the last 5 years. There are more new ambulances on the way. We have hired new paramedics right across the province of Manitoba. We are creating the new College of Paramedicine. We are professionalizing this profession under the RFPA. We know that paramedics welcome the work we do, and even while the members on the other side chirp about these things, we know that Manitobans are celebrating how we are continuing to advance the profession of paramedicine in Manitoba.
The Honourable Member for Union Station on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, right now when health services are stretched to the breaking point, This is the moment the Pallister government is choosing to push this through. It really shows their priority that the minister is going to allow private operators into the system to engage paramedics and emergency responders for primary care and emergency services. The minister thinks that we need a for-profit, two-tier, American-style healthcare where access to care depends on the size of your wallet. We know that's wrong, and especially so during a public health emergency, Madam Speaker. Will the minister back off his plans to privatize paramedic services?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
This member has entered into the record over the past number of weeks a litany of falsehoods, Madam Speaker. But this is the greatest one yet, because I believe they have actually misread the bill itself. I think this is a routine language component that must be added to allow all the current operators to simply operate ambulances. But I did want to take the opportunity to also say, I would be remiss if I did not say, one of the greatest services we've done to improve ambulance fees is where the NDP failed to reduce ambulance fees from Manitoba. We have cut those fees in half in this province, saving everyone money every time they need an ambulance.
The Honourable Member for Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government's failure to prioritize timely COVID test results and information to teachers is leading to many to be absent for an extended period of time. The minister and his government had months to prepare for the return to school and the anticipated influx of tests that would come with it. Yet, they've continued to fail to reach their own testing quotas, and even with the many outbreaks happening in our school, they still haven't prioritized testing for teachers and other staff. This is putting a strain on our system and creating increased stress on our educators. Will the minister commit to prioritizing testing for teachers immediately?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's been tremendous cooperation between public health and school officials as we've reopened the schools since September, Madam Speaker. And certainly we've seen a number of cases, of course, that have come to the school as we would expect because there are many more cases within the community, but we haven't seen that transmission within the school, Madam Speaker. We continue, though, together with public health, to look at different ways to ensure that quicker testing and quicker results can be provided to those who are working within our school systems, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Transcona on a supplementary question.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. 150 schools, Madam Speaker. That's so many schools have had exposures and outbreaks in only the first 2 months of the school year. And while the numbers continue to rise, this government is failing to make the necessary investments in our school now. This own minister told CBC the other day that only 17 million out of the 100 million of the minister's money is set aside and has been spent on a safe return to school. That's not even half the amount they cut in laying off thousands of educational staff this spring, which is shameful. And even with the federal government putting forth $85 million to create smaller and safer classroom, the minister won't spend it. Will the minister commit to spending the federal money to address the outbreaks occurring in our schools and make our classrooms safe?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, the member is factually incorrect. I did indicate that in September, $15.5 million was spent by schools on preparation for COVID-19 within the schools, Madam Speaker. That is only for September. We expect a similar amount of money to have been spent in October. We'll get those results, Madam Speaker. And of course, our expectation is that schools are going to continue on through this school year, and a similar amount of money will probably be spent, if not more, each and every month. Now, I know the member opposite would have liked us to have spent $100 million on the first day, and then I guess come back on the second day and say, spend another $100 million, and the third day, another $100 million. Madam Speaker, we're providing the needs within the school system. Hundreds of millions or millions of dollars been spent on staff. We'll continue to give those resources as they're needed, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Transcona on a final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, thank you. We'd have liked to have seen a plan earlier, but it's good that we're getting an outline right now of the hundreds of millions that are supposedly being spent. But the delays in testing and delays in contact tracing are resulting in delays in schools being notified. This isn't acceptable. Teachers are fearful that the virus is unknowingly spreading in their schools because delays in public health notifying. 13 days. That's how long a school community had waited to be notified about exposure. School divisions are having to take it upon themselves to notify schools, students, and parents of possible cases. Will the minister commit to prioritizing testing for teachers so that schools can get notified immediately of possible exposures?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Public health has taken on a significant and difficult task in ensuring that there is notification to all those who are close contact within our schools. That, of course, has been a challenge, Madam Speaker, but they've been working tremendously hard at it. More than that, they've also been notifying the broader school community where there's been a case, even if their student hasn't been identified close contact, Madam Speaker. Yes, of course, there have been cases in our schools as we expected. About 3.5% of all the cases identified across the country in schools are in Manitoba. That is proportionally what we would expect in Manitoba given our population. We stand with our public health officials who are doing tremendous work, Madam Speaker, in a very, very difficult time.
The Honourable Member for Flin Flon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through Freedom of Information, we've discovered that there's been a decline in day surgeries conducted in northern Manitoba of some 28% since 2016. These are procedures that should be done close to home, particularly now with COVID-19 and the reduced flight schedules from the north. This is requiring more time being spent in the city with no increase in the amounts paid by Northern Patient Transportation. Why has this government allowed the steady erosion of healthcare in northern Manitoba? And will the minister commit to increasing payments from NPTP to cover the added costs at this time?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
Well, Madam Speaker, today is truly a good day. It's taken a long time, but finally we have unqualified support by members of the opposition for this province's first ever clinical and preventative services plan. A plan built by hundreds of Manitoba healthcare providers and a plan to get better care sooner, closer to home. A plan that relies exactly on the evidence of being able to repatriate routines and procedures closer to the community. And I thank the member for Flin Flon for finally seeing the light.
The Honourable Member for Flin Flon on a supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what planet this Minister of Health is actually referring to with that answer. We know for a fact that the number of day surgeries has declined in each and every year for the last 4 years in northern Manitoba. He talks about a plan. We've never seen a plan other than cuts, cuts, cuts. It's not just one center. It's not just one closure. It's this steady decline year over year. Means northerners have to use services in other centers like Winnipeg, which are already under tremendous stress. It means travel, unnecessary expense for hundreds of my constituents and constituents in the north, and it tests the limits of the whole system. Why won't the minister ensure that northerners can get the care they need closer to home like he promised?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
On the contrary, Madam Speaker, our plan is exactly that the people of the North and the people in rural Manitoba will have the care they need closer to home after years and years of missed opportunities to do that under the former government. That member says he has not seen the plan. He must be living under a rock. I'm not sure what planet he's on. Because, Madam Speaker, we're talking about volumes of reports with executive summaries that point us finally in the right direction to be able to reduce wait times, to help the people of that member's community get care closer to the community. Some of those investments are in place now. One of those investments is the $27 million emergency department we just opened at the Flin Flon Hospital.
The honourable member for Flin Flon on a final supplementary.
You know, Madam Speaker, the minister repeating falsehoods doesn't make them true. This minister's actions have caused more Northern Manitobans to spend more time in Winnipeg to get the health care they need, because the system in the North has seen cuts across the system, not increases. Less is not more. So during the middle of a COVID pandemic, Northern Manitobans are forced to spend more time in Winnipeg, increasing the likelihood of them carrying the COVID back to their northern communities. This lack of services in the North is now compounded by reduced flight schedules. So, Madam Speaker, when will this minister actually commit to increasing the resources for Northern healthcare and immediate assistance for Northern patient transportation?
Honourable Minister for Health, Seniors and Active Living.
So, Madam Speaker, I think this is a rare point of agreement between the member of Flin Flon and our government, because it sounds like the member is expressing exactly this fidelity to the idea of getting care closer to home, which we're fully committed to, of getting less wait times for people. And the Premier said today that in Manitoba, under the NDP, we were waiting the longest of any Canadians. And he's saying as well, to get that right care in the right place at the right time. It is exactly the direction in which we will go. We need the members' support to be able to continue to support the transformation of our healthcare system to focus on getting better care sooner for all Manitobans, and we're on our way, including for the people of the North.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning I received a letter from MKO, which I tabled, pleading for federal intervention in an uncontrolled COVID-19 outbreak at Kiosk, which is at Code Red. MKO says that Manitoba Hydro is ignoring their concerns, has provided no COVID plan when many nearby First Nations communities are at the highest risk. Now, there's a long and shameful history of Manitoba Hydro ruining the lives and livelihoods of Northern First Nations, while we who live in the South reap the benefits. The Premier has no problem ordering Hydro to raise rates, force layoffs, and sell off businesses. Will Hydro shut down for 14 days to make it safe, or is the Premier going to order Hydro to continue working even if it means putting First Nations communities at greater risk?
The Honourable Minister of Crown Services.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly as I reported, and I report daily on the progress that and the partnerships that are being continued on with our First Nations, our staff, our KCNs, and public health, Madam Speaker, that all 724 workers have been tested, Madam Speaker. We're certainly very aware of the concerns. We share them because safety is number one, Madam Speaker, and that's what we're going to continue to focus on.
The honourable member for St. Boniface on a supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government keeps saying this pandemic is an unprecedented crisis, yet they chose to shut down the Incident Command Centre in the middle of it. No one knows who made that decision. What's just as incredible, Madam Speaker, is that Manitoba's Emergency Measures Organization has been completely missing in action during this crisis. EMO is tasked with pandemic preparedness. They have a detailed plans on their website for schools, communications, and business, except it's from 2007. According to the document I table, EMO is supposed to lead the pandemic response. Has anyone in the government read these documents? And why has emergency measures been completely absent in what this government keeps saying is the worst crisis in a century?
The Honourable First Minister.
Well, Again, Madam Speaker, I understand that research is work, but the member should still do it. The Respiratory Virus and Steering Committee, which has been in place throughout the entire year, is, Madam Speaker, always in contact with the Emergency Measures Organization. The Emergency Measures Organization has been at the table on the calls all year, ever since COVID started, without exception.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, the success of a government in an emergency depends on the government's ability to bring all resources and people with experience together in a united effort. The government's failure to do this, as we can see from the letter from hundreds of doctors, indicates clearly that we are now at an important and very significant point. We are in grave peril. It is an extreme emergency. Madam Speaker, for the last 7 days, the number of new cases per 100,000 population is similarly very high in all areas of Manitoba, except for Prairie Mountain Health, which is lower. Is the poor involvement of others in decision-making a reason that all areas of Manitoba, except for Prairie Mountain Health, are not being called code red as they should be?
The Honourable First Minister.
The member is a medical doctor, Madam Speaker, and he would understand the challenges that would be posed to any Manitoban of having hundreds of people advising a person on their health condition. Such it is, I think, a reasonable example of a parallel situation where we need to have senior health leadership, and we can't have 800 doctors doing it. And so, as a matter of simple professional respect, I would say it would be wise, and especially now during a pandemic, to show faith and supportive behavior in reference to suggestions made to our senior health officials, including Dr. Brent Rusin. And I am sure that the member would understand how that professionalism would be integral to achieving better results for the protection of Manitoba citizens.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Paramedics are highly skilled healthcare professionals who provide quality, life-saving care on the front lines right across the province. In 2016, our government committed to move towards self-regulation of paramedics. Would the Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living please update the Assembly on the progress in keeping this promise to our paramedic professionals?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
I thank the member for Riding Mountain for yet another good question about paramedics in Manitoba. Our government is committed to establishing paramedicine as a self-regulating health profession, and we are in the final countdown to make that happen. We are making necessary amendments to legislation and regulations to create the College of Paramedics. This will improve the quality of care to Manitobans, support the professional growth of paramedics, and increase transparency. We thank all paramedics for being on the front line of healthcare every day, but especially now during COVID-19. We thank those paramedics as well, who are part of those Red River graduates who are going out to help and increase the capacity at screening sites. Thank you to paramedics. We'll continue to invest in your profession.
The Honourable Member for Burrows.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Manitoba beef producers are upset and concerned about the Crown land changes this government has made. I am continuously raising these ranchers' voices in the chamber. One of these ranchers has written 6th letter to this minister requesting a payment plan. She is willing to pay the lease but needs support to do so. Why the minister is not showing compassion and give her a phone call?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Resource Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So let's just cut this phony baloney about NDP caring about farmers. Let's talk about how the leader of the opposition walked the picket line during the CN strike, stopping grain movement. Let's talk about the rail and road blockades that they interrupted farm supply. Let's talk about the forced municipal amalgamations, calling the municipalities howling coyotes. Let's talk about the widening the scope of the PST to include insurance on farm buildings, hurting farm families. I could go on and on. Talk about they wanted to shut down Maple Leaf Foods in Brandon. Where is their compassion for farmers? Instead, they're out there to kill the farming industry, and they should own up to it. I've been waiting for that for
Order. Order. I have a ruling for the House. Time for oral questions has expired. And may I just say that after the last minute or so that everybody's got that out of their system so that when we move into the rest of the day, we can have a more relaxed, respectful environment. On March 12, 2020, the Honourable Member for Wolseley rose on a matter of privilege regarding the government's failure to present a report on the government's climate and green plan. She expressed her opinion that this failure to provide information as required by legislation misled the House and breached her privileges as a legislator. The member concluded her remarks by moving, and I quote, that this issue be moved to an all-party committee for consideration, end quote. The Honourable Member for River Heights and the Honourable Government House Leader also spoke to the matter of privilege before I took it under advisement. I thank all members for their advice to the Chair on this matter. For the information of all members, in order for the matter raised to be ruled in order as a prima facie case of privilege, members must demonstrate both that the issue has been raised at the earliest opportunity and also provide sufficient evidence that the privileges of the House or the privileges of individual members have been breached. Regarding timeliness, the Honourable Member for Wolseley asserted that she was raising at the earliest opportunity on this issue after providing an adequate amount of time since the start of session for the Minister to table the Government's Climate and Green Plan annual report before the House. In reviewing the statutory provisions pertaining to the report in question, it appears that the Honourable Member for Wolseley may have raised this matter prematurely, as a deadline for the tabling of the report had not yet passed at the time the matter of privilege was raised. As a result, it is difficult to rule that this matter met the true test of timeliness simply because the member indicated that she raised the matter at the earliest opportunity without providing mitigating circumstances. Regarding the second condition of whether a prima facie case has been demonstrated, the member argued that, and I quote, the failure of the government to provide information as required by legislation misleads this House about the true state of the government's actions and as such breaches her privileges as a legislator, end quote. She further stated that, and I quote, violating this legal obligation for public accountability obstructs her from doing her job and holding the Pallister government to account, end quote. Based on her comment in the House on March 12, 2020, the Honourable Member for Wolseley appears to have a grievance against the government regarding the tabling of the government's Climate and Green Plan annual report rather than a matter of privilege. Furthermore, I would like to quote from a ruling given by Speaker Hicks on December 7, 2004, and I quote, I have checked the procedural authorities and there is no reference or citation that advises that it is a matter of privilege if a government does not table information when requested to do so, with the exception of items that are required to be tabled by statute. Should the information in question sought be an item that is required by statute to be tabled, there may be some scope for privilege, as Speaker Fraser of the House of Commons ruled on April 19, 1993, that failure to table a document as required by statute was a prima facie case of privilege, end quote. In looking at the tabling requirements for the government's Climate and Green Plan, it indicates that the report is to be tabled within 15 days after it has been prepared if the Assembly is sitting, or if the Assembly is not sitting within 15 days after the next sitting period begins. For this particular matter of privilege raised, the Speaker is not in possession of information that would verify if the report in question was in fact published or ready to be tabled in the Assembly. Therefore, it is virtually impossible to know if the deadline has been missed. I appreciate that the report in question may be an issue of concern to the member, but I must rule that this matter does not constitute a prima facie case of privilege. Petitions, grievances, and I understand there may be a grievance from the Honourable or by the Honourable Member for River Heights. The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I rise today on a grievance. I speak today to say in the strongest possible terms that I support the hundreds of doctors and other health professionals who have signed a letter to the Premier calling for much more substantial measures to address the COVID-19 pandemic in Manitoba. The Minister of Health was wrong to say the doctors are trying to cause chaos. The doctors say very clearly that we in Manitoba are in grave peril. These words by the doctors and their colleagues were not chosen lightly. We have an extreme emergency. The words of the doctors and other health professionals were not part of a political attack. There are, I am sure, among the many hundreds who have signed the letter, those of all political persuasions. They speak not from a political perspective, but from the perspective of health professionals who care deeply about the health and well-being of Manitobans. In fact, they have dedicated their lives to it. The government says it has lots of capacity, but as the doctors point out, we may be short of ICU specialists and others. Not all doctors have the needed expertise to work in ICUs. Even physicians who are specialists in internal medicine may not be immediately able to switch into working in ICUs. There are limits in terms of personnel who have the expertise to safely expand our ICU capacity and the personnel that are needed for that expansion. There's also a concern that a number of people who work in our ICUs may get infected. And we have already seen one, Dr. Mooney, and we have seen his case. And the question is, if there are others, it is a concern that whether we will have the extra capacity and staffing if a number of critical people like Dr. Mooney become infected. In personal care homes, we have already seen the drastic shortages in staff because staff have become infected or need to quarantine. As hundreds of doctors have pointed out, there needs to be an expansion of the public health measures to reduce virus transmission. We must have a much larger and more effective lockdown. The Southern Health Authority, the Northern Health Authority, and the Interlake Eastman Authority all have rates of new cases per 100,000 people, which are similarly high as the numbers are also high in Winnipeg. In Winnipeg, the 7-day average for the last 7 days is 27 per 100,000. In the Southern Health, it is 23 per 100,000. In Interlake Eastman, it is 24 per 100,000. In the Northern Health Authority, it is 30 per 100,000. Only in the Prairie Mountain Health Area is it down at 5.5. And so Prairie Mountain could be an exception. But the rest of the province needs to be in code red. What happens in the north affects people in Winnipeg because we may be needing to provide the ICU capacity in Winnipeg for people in the north. Indeed, as we saw in an earlier pandemic, when we had many cases in Northern First Nations, it strained the ICU capacity in Winnipeg. We need stronger measures to reduce the potential for transition all over the province. And we need to act particularly in areas where people gather or where there's a higher risk of transmission. Just as the doctors have said, there needs to be a bigger lockdown, a bigger shutdown, a major effort to decrease transmission. At the same time, it's critical that there be support to Manitoba businesses who are struggling and to help individuals who are in great difficulty. We must commit to and have the capacity to do testing without long waits for COVID-19. We must have the capacity to analyze and report the test results within 24 hours. And we must have the capacity to complete the contact tracing within 24 hours and assemble and report results rapidly so this information is quickly available. Anything less than this is not good enough, because by day 4, people can be infectious and pass the virus on to others. Only when testing and contact tracing can be done reliably and rapidly can these be used effectively to control the pandemic. As the doctors say, and I too hear, there are far too many stories of this process taking far too long. The doctors speak of more consultation being needed with vulnerable communities. First Nations need to be involved in decision-making. They are critically involved in the north, and as we see with the outbreak at the Kiak Dam right at the moment. We need to have detailed plans to ensure that individuals who are homeless, individuals who are immunocompromised, are adequately protected. In personal care homes, we have had horrific outbreaks at 2 personal care homes, Parkview and the Maples. There have been problems at these homes dating back many years. The government and the government before have understaffed these homes and put people at risk. We need not only to boost the staffing levels, to boost the number of people working in homes and providing care, but we also need regular testing. In other jurisdictions where there are high rates, all homes are being tested, all staff, all residents, up to twice a week. We need to be doing something much more vigorous, particularly in personal care homes where there are already cases or when there is a first case in a personal care home. We must be recognized that there are times when people will be infectious but asymptomatic, and the people in a personal care home are too at risk to take the risk that they are not picked up. We need more accountability and transparency in estimates and in question period. The Minister of Health has worked hard to avoid giving many answers. The government needs to be much more fully sharing details of the structure of the Incident Command Center, making sure that Indigenous groups and physicians are involved. I looked today at the Ottawa reporting. It is much more detailed than we are giving. We could be doing much more and much better in reporting to all Manitobans. It is a tragic part of the COVID-19 pandemic that far too many cases are to be found in government-funded or operated institutions, personal care homes, hospitals, correctional institutions. The government needs to stop blaming others and ensure that the government is doing all it can, and in particular that the recommendations of hundreds of doctors and health professionals are followed. There will certainly in due course be inquests and a public inquiry into the government's conduct of the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. We and the Liberal Party have called for the resignation of the Minister of Health. Sadly, he has lost the confidence of many in Manitoba. The minister was not prepared for the second wave of the pandemic. My advice to the minister is this: if the minister wants to save his job as Minister of Health, he needs to apologize to the doctors he's attacked, and he needs to implement immediately the changes the doctors recommend if we're to decrease the number of new COVID-19 cases and to reduce the likelihood of exceeding the pandemic capability in our ICUs, the capacity we have in healthcare. I say this to the Minister of Health, who I have worked in this legislature for some time, and I think it's time that he listened and acted, and I ask you to do this, Mr. Minister. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Orders of the day, government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could you please resolve into Committee of Supply?
The House will now resolve into Committee of Supply to consider estimates.
ready.
Will the Committee of Supply please come to order? This section of Committee of Supply will resume consideration for the estimates of the Department of Education. Under the Manitoba practice debate, the ministry salary is the last item considered in the Department of the Committee of Supply. Accordingly, we shall now defer consideration for line item number 16.1A contained in the resolution 16.1. Does the committee wish to proceed through an estimates of this department on a chronologically or have a global discussion?
And check with the critic too.
And the critic, the one member from Transcona, on a global discussion?
Yes, we would like to have a global discussion.
Thank you. It's agreed that the questioning of this department will be proceeding on a global manner, with all the resolutions to be passed once questioning has concluded. The floor is now open for questions. The honourable member for Transcona.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to ask questions and estimates. This is my first time doing so, and so because we have limited time, I'm just going to get right to it. I just want to advise the minister. I'm just looking at our the annual report from 2019-2020, and on page 14 under the Manitoba School for the Deaf, we have salaries and employee benefits that have that are underestimated in the actual funds that were expended. Why was this appropriation lower than estimated?
Okay, I just want to just make everything clear here that we're just waiting for the staff to come in for the Department of Education. So we'll be right with you with the answer from the minister.
Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Transcona.
Oh, thank you. Is the minister present?
Yes, he is, but he's just waiting for his staff to come in.
Okay, can I just move on to another question because we have limited time?
Sure, go ahead. The honourable member for Transcona.
I won't get into some of the specific pieces around some of this piece, but as we know, COVID is in our schools now, and parents, caregivers are requiring the latest test results. And, you know, it's one thing to ramp up testing, but it's quite another to have the actual contact tracing, right? Because it's all about the contact tracing and getting that information into teachers' hands in a timely manner. Can the minister provide an update as to, you know, what are the plans for that, getting that information? And is there even talk around creating some kind of separate piece for schools and teachers to, and other employees in the system to get quicker access to that information?
The honourable minister.
Yeah, I thank the member for the question. There has been discussion around that in coordination with the federal government, who's been procuring the rapid testing for Canada, I understand, and the procuring doesn't happen out of education, it happens out of central services. But I do understand that there has been that discussion about if we get an allotment that's sufficient in Manitoba for rapid testing, would we be able to include education officials in the use of that? Of course, you know, healthcare workers and others would be on that as well. But there certainly has been that discussion. Do recognize, you know, contact tracing is a challenge. Contact tracing, as the member will know, doesn't happen by the Department of Education. It happens with public health, and there's been significant efforts to try to get more capacity, I think, for contact tracing. We've seen some of those announcements, whether it was Red Cross and others, I believe, who might be involved in that. Those might be more appropriately put in another estimate supply. But I do take the member's point as an important one, and I can assure him that there have been those discussions regarding rapid testing and then the challenges with contact tracing.
The honourable member for Transcona.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know some of the updates regarding some of the COVID pieces for schools have been somewhat delayed, and this is causing a little bit of frustration and a little bit of uneasiness in parents, especially when it comes to their own local schools. I guess what I want to know is, can the minister use some of his department's influence on getting more timely data released to the public regarding not only infections in schools, but also if the transmission itself has occurred in schools?
The Honourable Minister.
You know, I appreciate the comment from the member, and I do want to assure him that you know, our officials, our Deputy Minister, Dana Rudy, who joins me here in the chamber, and I'll introduce Matthew Penner, our Special Assistant, who joins us as well, have constant contact with public health and regular meetings. And so they raise these concerns and these issues that we're hearing as well. So there is that communication and that effort to ensure that things can be improved. But I also know that there are lots of challenges that public health, of course, is dealing with, but they're not unaware of the desire to have that information to come out as quickly as possible. It's also important to remember that sometimes there are other reasons and other factors in terms of why information might be slower coming than either the member or myself would want. And some of those are case specific in terms of when an individual ended up getting tested. And so it's not always the case that an individual goes and gets tested as soon as they feel symptoms or as soon as they have other reason to get tested. So that there can be individual specific factors in why there's delays. But I do take the member's point. It is an issue, and one that is constantly raised as something to be looked at with officials from my department and public health, who I know are doing difficult work.
The Honourable Member for Transcona.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I just want to talk about the transmission piece a little bit. That particular information would be particularly important to parents and people that work in the schools as to whether or not the case or is COVID was spread by transmission within the building. The City of Ottawa has a great dashboard that displays pertinent daily information that is updated almost to the last second. And I do realize I'm getting into a bit of a different department piece here, but I just want to ask the minister again in the department, have we looked into a similar sort of dashboard that parents can access quickly when it comes to schools in the province?
Minister.
So, the member will know, I mean, public health information is provided by public health. And while I, along with him, are often looking for pieces of information generally on different sorts of things, we have to rely on the individual officials who are responsible for providing that. And there's often been criticism about, well, why isn't everything reported in a bulletin? And public health has always said that where there is a community reason and a public health reason to provide that information, they would do that, and I believe that they have been doing that. But I take the member's point. The transmission is clearly, even though there's been relatively little transmission in our schools, that is obviously the factor that the people would most want to know about, including myself as a parent. And so absolutely those discussions happen with public health officials from our department on a daily basis.
The Honourable Member for Transcona.
He has to unmute. Tell him to unmute.
The Honourable Member for Transcona, can you unmute your speaker?
Oh, thank you again, Mr. Speaker. You know, for some reason, I just want to say quickly, sometimes we get muted and we don't realize that because we're not the ones muting ourselves. Right. So I'll just carry on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Some of the pieces, I'll just come at it now as what I used to do as working in schools and working in education. as a school principal, I was responsible for the budget pieces in the school. And right now, I'd just like to, inform the minister, because of COVID, and I know he knows this, but there's been a tremendous amount of pressure on school-based budgets, simply because of all of the adjustments and alterations teachers have had to make to their teaching and what they're providing students. Where we used to sit at tables and we used to be able to, have those true cohorts in classrooms. We can't do that anymore. We have to have physical distancing, and this puts pressure on teachers to create new learning pieces that, for example, I can talk about, the literacy labs that used to be in many earlier schools now, have to be put into individualized kits, and this puts tremendous pressure on school-based budgets. And, principals are worried, because what happens is that we, as school leaders, want to support that teaching and learning process, so that when a teacher does come to us budget requests, we want to fulfill most of them, because they're coming at it from a pedagogical standpoint and a standpoint of expertise. Can I ask the minister and his department, how quickly can school boards and schools access money when they need it for these type of extenuating circumstances that we're in now?
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, I think the member for the question, it's a good one, and I recognize that the process for everything these days in society is different and cumbersome, and it's not always worse, but sometimes it is, and it is more challenging in a lot of scenarios, and he's raised that. Principals and school divisions, in talking to officials, can access the required funding when they need it. Now, there are categories that have already been approved in terms of the expenditures. So school board officials and administration officials are aware of what those categories are and what the approved expenditures are for COVID related. In fact, I think they've been broadened since the beginning of the school year. And so they know what the approved expenditures are, and they can certainly get them. They can do the acquisition of what they're asking for as they need it, and on a monthly basis, they are being reimbursed for those costs.
Now, the honourable member for Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask a question about the federal funding that's available to schools in Manitoba. Alberta has directly published how this money, and this money is already out, despite the fact that it's coming in two separate payments. And what they did is transfer it directly to school boards, and they're using it for staffing and PPE. In Quebec, the government there is using it for staffing and ventilation improvements, online learning, and even free daycare support for teachers. In Ontario, they're having a particular focus on ventilation and connectivity to online learning. Right next door in Saskatchewan, we're looking at them using it for additional cleaning, PPE, and again, tech to support online learning. I just want to ask the minister, why the reluctance in wanting to release these funds and get them into the schools and right now when they really need them?
The Honourable Minister.
I don't think the description of reluctance is accurate, and it's difficult, I know, when comparing across provinces, because while some provinces might be doing certain allocation with federal funding, they might not have provided the initial support from their own provincial treasuries. So I'm not sure that in every case that the member references that it's a perfect apples to apples comparison. I do know that we indicated early on that the savings that were accrued from the school divisions, which ended up being about $48 million, should be kept by the school divisions and used in the fall when we reopen schools, and I believe that's happening. An additional $52 million was made available from the provincial government. An allocation of that was made clear to the different divisions in terms of what their allocation would be, and that's where the reimbursement at this point has been coming from the different expenses, including the savings that the individual school divisions had accrued. And so, as the need is happening, there's been approval for that need. So I think that there's a mischaracterization in terms of the reluctance, but I do appreciate the member noting that the federal funding has not entirely flowed. In fact, we've been told that at least half of that funding won't be available until next year. Having said that, as we've indicated previously, and I think indicated yesterday in the House or in committee, that a good portion of that initial allocation from the federal government will be used for supporting remote learning. And that will include staff and the hiring of teachers and others to support remote learning, because we know that this remote learning environment will go on for a little while, certainly for the duration of the worst of the pandemic. And so there's no reluctance. We've indicated that is where millions of the dollars will be spent, and but that isn't stopping the provincial government and the school divisions from providing funding where it's needed, $15.5 million in September, and likely a similar, if not greater amount in October. And that'll continue in November and December and January and February. But I don't know that spending $100 million in September, first of all, I wouldn't assume that was the need, because we haven't heard that from school divisions, that they wanted the whole $100 million spent in 1 month. And then to have left none of that for the remainder of the school year. So it's got to be based on need, and that seems to be happening, and it's being spent at about, I think, the rate we might have expected, maybe a little bit more, but that's understandable. In terms of the federal funding, though, millions of dollars will be spent on hiring staff for remote learning support.
The honourable member for Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask a quick procedural question?
Go ahead.
The member from Tyndall Park would like to ask a question before we move into the actual passing of, I don't know, I think we do the minister's salary and some appropriations next. Is that correct?
Well, yes, we will go on to doing resolutions first, passing the resolution of the department.
But she can ask questions.
But yeah, that person can ask questions to the minister before we conclude.
Just one more question.
Okay, one more question for the honourable member for Transcona.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So will the minister leave at 3:30 is what I'm asking, I guess.
The thing is that he would be the honourable minister. Let him answer it.
Well, my expectation is it might be 3:30 in the morning, depending on how today goes. So I'm here to serve at the will of the legislature.
Okay. The honourable member for Transcona, do you have another question?
No. What I'll do now is I'll cede the floor to the member from Tyndall Park for one question in education estimates.
Okay. The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and I'd like to thank the Minister of Education for answering my questions. I have quite a few, but I'm going to try my best to combine them into one question, and whatever you can share with me, Minister, would be greatly appreciated. One of the questions, we're just talking about additional substitute teachers. How many have been hired for this school year? And we know that substitutes get a lower rate of pay than full-time teachers. Will the government be supporting paying substitutes more to ensure that we have this supply?
The honourable minister.
So the member will know that the province generally isn't the employer of teachers, it's the individual school division. So we do know in our discussions that are essentially daily with school divisions that millions of dollars have been spent for hiring substitute teachers and teachers. I will commit to collecting the most recent data for the member and providing it hopefully within the next week. It's ever changing and there are new hires happening all the time, but it's certainly within the millions of dollars that school divisions have spent, and they certainly are allowed to spend money from the funds that have been provided both internally for their savings and from the province to spend that on additional staff and space and a variety of other things as they see fit. And remembering that that's really driven at the local level. So while we're not the employer directly, the province of Manitoba isn't, we certainly have given the authority to spend that money that's been allocated on additional staff, and we'll endeavor to get the member a more precise, up-to-date answer as of today in a short period of time.
Any further questions?
Yep.
The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
If I'm allowed to continue with my line of questioning, I would like to proceed.
I would,
confirm if I...
Mr. Speaker,
The honourable member for Transcona.
I would like to close this now.
But if she has questions, she can ask questions.
Yeah, if the thing was, if the honourable member from Tyndall Park has questions, she can still ask some questions.
Okay.
Okay. The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What steps has the government taken in recruiting French language teachers?
The honourable minister.
So, member, know that the recruitment for French language teachers happens at the school division level, but we have been working together with the federal government to look at what the barriers are for the recruitment of French language teachers. And so I believe that there has been some work done on looking at particularly rural or outside of Winnipeg, maybe remote communities, and what are the barriers to having French language teachers there, what support can be provided to ensure that those who are doing their practicum teaching, French language teachers, can do so in underserviced areas, particularly in rural or remote areas, and then also potentially expanding the capacity at University of St. Boniface for the graduation of French language teachers. So there's a number of different initiatives that the province has a role in, but of course the individual recruitment happens at the school and division level.
Any further questions? The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the Manitoba School of the Deaf, why does other costs and benefits for salaries and employee benefits increase $68,000?
The honourable minister.
Just for the sake of time, the member will know we're on a very limited staff basis here because of COVID-19 restrictions, but we'll take that question as notice and provide the answer back to her because it's a particular part of the department that isn't represented here by staff today.
Okay. The honourable member for Tyndall Park, do you have any further questions? The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Mr. Speaker, I'm having some confusion here because I have in an email from the member for St. James, I believe, that I get 10 minutes to ask questions, but there's a side chat happening and I'm being accused by the member from Point Douglas of ambushing this question portion when after I've been given permission for 10 minutes.
Can I respond to that?
And can I respond to that after?
Everybody, just stay tuned. Okay. As the chair, it's not up to the chair to actually, there should be an agreement between both, with the opposition party and the independents to have an agreement of how much time is allowed for questioning. So that's something that is arranged by yourselves, not from this at the estimates here as a chair. Does the honourable member for Tyndall Park have any more questions? The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
I have many questions, but I'm trying my best to abide by the agreement that we had made. I'm not here to intentionally step on toes. I don't appreciate being accused of ambushing the committee and being told that I'm abusing the committee with member Point Douglas there. But if I could seek some clarity, I'm happy to ask more questions.
Does the honourable member for Transcona have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did speak with the member from Tyndall Park briefly, and I did say to her that she had 10 minutes from the time that she started.
Okay. So if you want to continue, because already we probably
it's
5 minutes.
It's getting close to that.
Okay. We'll have the member for Tyndall Park have one more question. The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that clarification. What are the department's plans with regards to the $5 million allocated for education K-12 transformation?
The honourable minister.
Yeah, thank the member for Tyndall Park. And by the way, I'm more than happy to answer her questions as long as the time allows. The K-12 report, as the member will know, was scheduled to be released in March, and that was delayed because of COVID-19 and the desire to allow the system to focus more fully on the response to the pandemic and not to be focused on other things. So there is an allocation set aside to support the implementation and rollout of the K-12 Commission.
Seeing that we discussed that there are no further questions, we will now turn to the resolutions, beginning with the second resolution as be deferred considered for the first resolution containing the minister's salary. At this point, we will allow virtual members to unmute their mics so that they can respond to questions on each resolution. Okay, the first resolution that I'll read is Resolution 16.2, resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $46,297,000 for education, K-12 education for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 16.3, resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $5,119,000 for education, corporate and education services for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 16.4, resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum exceeding $1,500,967,000 for education support to schools for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 16.5, resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $87,622,000 for education, capital funding for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 16.6, resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $160,385,000 for education, other reporting entities, capital investments for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. And Resolution 16.1, resolved that there be granted. Oh.
No.
Okay, sorry. The last item to be considered in the estimates for the department is the item number 16.1A, the minister's salary contained in 16.1. At this point, we request all ministerial and opposition staff to leave the chamber for the consideration of this last item. So the floor is open.
No, the staff will just raise.
Okay, the floor is open for questions. The honourable member for Transcona, do you have a question?
He didn't put his hand up.
No.
No? Resolution 16.1, resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $817,000 for education executive for fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. This completes the estimate of the Department of Education. The next set of estimates will be considered for the section of the Committee of Supply in the Department of Central Services. Shall we briefly recess to allow the ministers and critics the opportunity to prepare for comments for the next department?
No.
No?
No. I believe the minister is online. I'm here. We're ready to go.
Okay, you both are ready to go?
I'm sorry, I have to bring my staff with me and get them to the chamber. That's where we set up to answer the critics' questions. So if he gives us time to do that, I'd ask for a small recess so that we can gather in the chamber to get ready to answer the questions.
I take it the minister's staff is with him.
The honourable member
We can't proceed immediately.
for Gary?
With me in the chamber. Is that acceptable to the members of the chamber?
Well, he can present from wherever he wants.
Yeah, whatever you can be asking the questions wherever you
From where he is or from the chamber.
prefer, in the chamber or at the.
Then I ask for a brief recess so we can assemble with the staff in the
It
chamber.
has to be a very brief recess.
Okay, it has to be a very brief recess to get down here, and we'll get started in a couple minutes then. Is that agreed to the committee?
2 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks. After statements, will the Committee of the Supply please come to order? This section of Committee Supply will now consider the estimates for the Department of Central Services. Does the Honourable Minister have an opening statement? I do. The Honourable Minister of Central Services.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. It is my pleasure to be here today to discuss Budget 2020 as it pertains to the Department of Central Services. Central Services was established in October of 2019 to focus on the modernization of government services, including procurement, information technology, and capital management, with the mandate to be the service delivery organization for the Manitoba government. Part of Central Services' mandate is to execute duties and functions related to capital management and delivery. The new redesign is expected to efficiently expend capital allocations on approved capital projects, consistently apply risk management to capital funding and projects, and improve asset management for all government assets. The decision to centralize these functions will increase government's ability to forecast capital investment, demand,
shift resources to meet capital demand across government, and continuously improve and provide innovative capital processes. Through the central capital program areas, the department is responsible for, but not limited to, managing negotiations of bi- and trilateral capital funding agreements and partnerships, supporting the management of Manitoba's capital framework and the annual capital allocation plan, delivering and managing department's capital projects, including the use of innovative project delivery and project financing methodologies, and managing government's current capital assets, providing property services to own capital assets, providing real estate services to government, and overseeing real estate and property asset disposal. Business Transformation and Technology, better known as BTT, is responsible for the delivery of the centralized corporate information and communications technology environment and support services. Provision of strategic leadership to continuously improve Manitoba government service delivery by planning and implementing corporate ICT solutions and policies to meet current and future needs. Consolidation and strengthening of Manitoba's technology investments and providing ICT risk management capabilities, business continuity capabilities, and mitigation strategies, along with disaster recovery strategies. The Procurement and Supply Chain, PSC, business area provides strategic direction, policies, and processes for procurement and supply chain related functions across government. The department also represents the province in negotiations and participates in meetings related to digital service delivery and data analytics. As part of its mandate, the department will continue its efforts to save taxpayers' dollars by shopping smarter and working with stakeholders to expand Manitoba's procurement strategy across the public sector. The establishment of the Central Capital Program areas seeks to ensure predictable delivery of government's commitment to annual strategic infrastructure investments and expediting capital planning and project delivery through innovative project delivery approaches, including design build and P3s. Central Services is also working with federal and municipal partners to deliver funding for worthy infrastructure projects within the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, ISIP, and future bi- or trilateral programs. Central Services provides strategic leadership to continuously improve the Manitoba government's information and communication technology environment through planning and implementing solutions to meet current and future ICT needs. The provision of central coordination, negotiation, and delivery of strategic capital infrastructure and federal provincial infrastructure programs and projects, as well as the provision of central agency implementation and administrative support in the delivery of intergovernmental and non-governmental infrastructure funding initiatives are key strategic priorities of the department. Providing strategic procurement services to Manitoba government departments, agencies, and the broader public sector to obtain the best value for taxpayers is also a strategic priority of the Department of Central Services. Central Services is also entrusted with the mandate to develop a provincial broadband strategy, including expanded coverage. So with respect to COVID response, Central Services continues to implement plans and take precautions to ensure the health and safety of employees, business continuity, and provision of COVID-19 related support to government, including the broader public sector during the novel coronavirus pandemic. Procurement and Supply Chain, PSC, continues to engage in pandemic-related procurement and logistics support, including the procurement of personal protective equipment. BTT expanded Manitoba's network bandwidth. The virtual private network, VPN capacity, was increased to 10,000 concurrent users, and the rollout of Microsoft 365 is being expedited in order to enable more people to work from home. All business areas within the department continue to provide critical services and support the government's response throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Personal protective equipment, or PPE, was a major focus and continues to be a major focus of central services as we entered the pandemic. The procurement and supply chain has enhanced sourcing critical PPE equipment for Manitobans, including medical masks, gloves, gowns, and face shields, as well as critical equipment, including testing kits and ventilators, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We engaged in a massive procurement operation, purchasing millions of PPE and other necessary products and services. PSC, as a leader in public sector procurement, has focused on meeting Manitobans' pandemic requirements to ensure that Manitoba has the equipment and supplies required to meet our commitment to protecting Manitobans. We have led efforts to engage local experts in healthcare and manufacturing. Many local businesses have retooled their operations and shifted their focus to produce life-saving supplies. Others have provided access to their own supplies and supply channels to PPE. This approach has also ensured as much money as possible has stayed within our province, supporting local employers. And we thank all those individuals and companies that stepped up to either produce PPE or help us to access it throughout the world. These investments are intended to support outbreak planning, prevention, and mitigation efforts, and allow the province to secure the supplies and resources needed. Manitoba's approach to collaborate with local businesses in its pandemic response has also ensured as much money as possible has stayed within our province, supporting local employers. To date, the Manitoban government has invested more than $150 million with 50 Manitoba-based companies to produce or procure medical equipment to address the COVID-19 pandemic. When the pandemic hit Manitoba last March, Manitoba businesses and organizations stepped up, both through donations and through the province's procurement process. We will continue to work with these local companies to address the needs of our healthcare system and ensure we have the supplies and equipment we need to ensure continued quality and quantity. So I have a long list of manufacturers that have stepped up for us, and I don't know that I have time to go through it. Perhaps we can cover that in some of the questions, but I do want to say that one of the companies, our decision to procure PPE locally has enabled Precision ATM to create 80 new jobs, as well as innovate and manufacture domestically when international resources were not available. We've been able to create, develop, and deliver different types of equipment, including the can swab testing device, the Precision Air medical reusable respirator, and medical procedure masks, which are being tested locally at the Orthopedic Innovation Center, which is a partnership with the federal government. Partnerships with local businesses have been crucial in the work to care for Manitobans during the pandemic. Frontline staff require high-quality personal protective equipment to ensure they and their patients are safe in our healthcare facilities. Our government is grateful for the hard work and dedication of so many Manitoba companies and the frontline staff who have all stepped up to help their fellow citizens during this difficult time. The Manitoba government will make it a priority to continue to work with local companies as the pandemic continues in order to meet our commitment to protecting Manitobans. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
We want to thank the Minister for those comments. Does the official opposition critic have any opening comments? Member from Fort Garry.
No, we don't have any opening comments. I just want to point out we lost sound and visuals for almost the entirety of the minister's opening comments. We weren't part of that. But we're ready to proceed to questioning, and we're asking it be in a global fashion.
Okay, well, we'll continue, okay? So if the opposition critic doesn't have any opening statements under the Manitoba practice, the debate for the ministry's salary is the last item considered for the Department of Committee of Supply. Accordingly, we shall now defer to consideration for item 8.1A contained in the resolution 8.1. Does the committee wishes to proceed in of the estimates in this department of chronologically or a global discussion? The honourable member for Fort Garry.
Global, please.
Okay. Does that agree to the committee? Okay, agreed and so ordered. So now we'll thank you for the green for this question for the department that will proceed in a gold matter. We will all resolutions will be passed once question has concluded. The floor is now open for questions. The honourable member for Fort Garry.
Thank you. Minister, I'm wondering if you can explain the rationale for extending the Bell MTS contract.
Just one second. One moment, the honourable member for Fort Garry. Just one second. We just have to invite the staff to come in for the minister. So we'll get them to, we'll call in the staff for the Minister of Department of Central Services. Sorry, the member for Fort Garry, you can continue.
Thank you. I'm wondering if the minister could explain the rationale for extending the Bell MTS contract without tender this year for another 2.5 years, and would the minister commit to providing a copy of the contract as an undertaking?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So the Bell MTS agreement for the Manitoba Network was a sole source agreement that was signed by the previous NDP government. I believe at that time Minister Chomiak was the individual in charge, and has been running for 10 years. Given that we are in uncertain times with COVID-19, it was determined that we needed to ensure that we had continuity of the network and security. And since we had at one time several thousand civil servants working from home, we needed to ensure that our VPNs were available and expandable. So we currently, I believe, have about 3,000 civil servants in the core civil service still working from home using our VPN network. So it was critical that we made sure that that was available and continued in this time of uncertainty. So it was decided at that time through Treasury Board to extend the contract. And I understand from listening to the committee supply estimates with the Premier that he did endeavor to ensure the leader of the official opposition that he would see if he could find an opportunity to release the contract to the opposition. We do have to have discussions with Bell to ensure that they are okay with that, and we would undoubtedly have to redact some portions of the agreement because they will be proprietary to Bell and to the network. So we'll endeavor to do that if we get agreement from Bell MTS or Bell.
Member for Fort Garry.
So why was the contract extended for 2.5 years? Why not just a year if it was because of COVID-19?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you for the question. Well, if the member opposite is able to tell us when COVID-19 will end, then we can certainly determine what the end of the contract needs to be. We also do need to have time to go to tender and to specify what a new network services contract would look like, and that usually takes around a year of work to do that. So that would be, if we look at COVID-19 lasting at least another year, we have a buffer of 1.5 years to determine what we would specify for and issue an RFP for a replacement for that network. But I don't know when COVID-19 is going to end. I don't think any of us do. So we have that flex time in the contract. We hope that we certainly don't see the pandemic last that long, but we do have the opportunity to specify again what the new RFP is going to look like.
The honourable member for Fort Garry.
It appears that the service extension is on terms that pay more than previously. I'm wondering if you can explain what the increase in monetary value covers that the previous contract did not.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you for the question. So it is a consumption-based contract. It does not increase the rates at all, but since we are seeing considerably more use of the network, we are paying more for that usage. As I said, we have a considerable amount of VPNs, up to 10,000, that we're able to run with the central services help with BTT, and at this time up to around 3,000 civil servants working from home. So it is the volume-based increase that we're looking at through that contract.
Member for Fort Garry.
I want to go back to the work that had been done in preparation to tender a new contract in 2020. Manitoba Hydro International expressed...
Order. It's 4 o'clock. Please come to order. For the information for all members, our Rule 2.1 provides the part that where all required actions for business of supply in the Committee of Supply have not been completed 60 minutes prior to the usual adjournment hour on the last Thursday sitting prior to the Remembrance Day week. The provisions outlined in Rules number 2-24 are to apply. Therefore, the hour being 4 p.m., I'm interrupting proceedings to put the questions without debate or amendment on all remaining resolutions before this section of Committee of Supply. I am there going to call the sequence of resolutions on the following departments: Central Services, Sports, Culture, and Heritage. At this point, we will allow virtual members to unmute their mics so that we can respond to the questions of the resolutions. And now we'll consider the resolution for the Department of Central Services. And we'll ask the, Resolution 8.1, resolve that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $1,446,000 for Central Services, Corporate Administration and Finance for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass? Pass. The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 8.2, resolve that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $114,138,000 for Central Services capital programs for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass? Passed. The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 8.3, resolve that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $43,812,000 for Central Services, Business Transformation and Technology for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass? Pass. The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 8.4, resolve that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $4,708,000 for Central Services, Procurement and Supply Chain for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 8.5, resolve that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $56,200,000 for Central Services, Capital Assets for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass? Pass. The resolution is accordingly passed. And Resolution 8.6, resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $19,737,000 for Central Services, others reporting entities, capital investment for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass? The resolution is accordingly passed. So that completes the estimates for the Department of Central Services. Now we'll consider the resolution for the Department of Sports, Culture, and Heritage. Okay, the first resolution. Okay, so now we're back to sports, culture, and heritage, and resolution 14.1. Resolved that be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $15,473,000 for sports, culture, and heritage, administration, and finance for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass?
Pass.
The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 14.2. Resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $54,617,000 for sport, culture, and heritage, culture and sport programs for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass?
Pass.
The resolution is accordingly passed. Resolution 14.3. Resolved that there be granted to Her Majesty a sum not exceeding $2,658,000 for sports, culture, and heritage, information resources for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass?
Pass.
The resolution is accordingly passed. That completes the estimates for the Department of Sports, Culture, and Heritage. This also concludes our consideration for the estimates in the section of the Committee of Supply meeting in the Chamber. I would like to thank the ministers, critics, and all honorable members for their hard work and dedication during this process. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank all the hard-working Assembly staff behind the scenes who made this possible for the committee to visit virtually this year. And that's a lot of hard work you guys done. Okay, we're just paused now, waiting for the other committees from the other rooms to finish up.
The House will now resume its business. The Honourable Member for Turtle Mountain.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of Supply has considered and adopted certain resolutions. I move, second by the Honourable Member for Radisson, that the report of the committee be received.
It has been moved by the Honourable Member for Turtle Mountain, seconded by the Honourable Member for Radisson, that the report of the committee be received. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The hour being after 4 p.m., I must pause the business of the House in accordance with Rule 2(1), which requires certain actions to take place. Rule 2(1) states, on the last Thursday sitting prior to the Remembrance Day week, the House will not adjourn until the questions have been put and royal assent granted for the following items. A, the designated bills. B, the business of supply set out in Sub-Rule 76(1), including the Loan Act and the Appropriation Act. And C, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act. Any remaining steps for these items not dealt with 60 minutes prior to the usual adjournment hour will have all remaining questions put to a vote following the provisions outlined in Sub-Rules 21, 23, and 24. What this means is that the House will not adjourn until the questions have been put and royal assent has been granted to conclude the financial business, including the completion of adoption of the capital supply resolution in the Committee of Supply, adoption of the concurrence motions in the Committee of Supply and in the House, adoption of the motions regarding the Loan Act and the Appropriation Act, passage of all stages of the Loan Act and the Appropriation Act, and completion of the remaining stages of Bill 2, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act. All points of order and matters of privilege are deferred until all of these items have been dealt with, and divisions on these items cannot be deferred. I would ask the House to bear with me while I provide a detailed breakdown of how each item is to be handled. If the required actions for completion of the business of supply has not been completed 60 minutes prior to the usual adjournment hour, the chairperson or speaker will interrupt debate and put the question on all remaining items with no further debate or amendment on the remaining departmental estimates, the capital supply resolution, the concurrence motions, and the motions regarding the Loan and Appropriation Acts. The first reading motions for the Loan Act and the Appropriation Act will each need to be moved separately, and the questions put on the motions. The bills will be distributed after first reading. With regard to the second reading stages for the Loan Act and the Appropriation Act, the same process is followed for each bill in that the minister responsible moves the second reading motion and has up to 10 minutes to speak in debate. A question period of up to 15 minutes may be held on the bill, and then a limited second reading debate is held where the critic and each independent member gets to speak for up to 10 minutes each before the question is put on the second reading motion. Once the second reading motions for these two bills have been completed, they are then considered in committee of the whole without further debate or amendment. For the concurrence and third reading stages of these bills, the minister responsible moves the motion for concurrence and third reading, with the minister, the critic, and each independent member receiving up to 10 minutes each for speaking in debate before the question is put on the concurrence and third reading motion. Concerning Bill 2, the Budget and Implementation and Tax Statute Amendment Act 2020, the Minister of Finance already moved and spoke to the second reading motion. A question period was held on the bill, and the official opposition critic and the Honourable Member for St. Boniface have also spoken to the bill. The only other members who are eligible to speak to the second reading of the bill are the Honourable Member for River Heights and the Honourable Member for Tyndall Park, who can speak for up to 10 minutes each, following which the question must be put. The bill will then be considered in the Committee of the Whole without further debate or amendment. However, voting can still be done. For concurrence and third reading, the Honourable Minister of Finance moves the motion, and he, along with the official opposition critic and the three independent members, would each be entitled to speak in debate for up to 10 minutes each. Following those remarks, the question would be put on the concurrence and third reading motion. Upon conclusion of all of this business, the House will then be ready for royal assent. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a message for Her Honour Lieutenant Governor that I would like to table.
Please stand for the reading of the message. To the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, the Lieutenant Governor transmits to the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba an estimate of the sum required for the authority to borrow for the services of the province and recommends that estimate to the Legislative Assembly, and that is signed by the Lieutenant Governor. Please be seated. The House will now resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the resolution respecting the Loan Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please take the chair.
Will the Committee of Supply please come to order? We have before us our consideration for resolution respecting the Loan Act. The resolution respecting the Loan Act reads as follows: Resolved that there be granted to the authority to borrow for supply purposes. Okay. Resolved that there be granted to the authority to borrow for supply purposes the sum of $3,455 million for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Shall the resolution pass?
No.
I hear a no. All those in favor of the resolution, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed to the resolution, please say nay.
Nay.
Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
A recorded vote.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Miigwech, a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Call in the members. Order. The 1 hour provided for ringing of the division bells has expired. I am directing the bells to be turned off and the committee proceed to the vote. For the information for all members, the virtual sitting of the House, we are required to conduct votes in a different manner than during normal sitting of the House. This includes recorded votes of the Committee of the Whole. For members in the chamber, the vote will conduct in the manner similar to the previous practice. For this part of the vote, those in favor of the stand to be counted first, followed by those against. I will note that members that we have modified the system in one respect. Once the page states the name of the member standing to be counted, the clerk will acknowledge the member has voted by repeating the member's name rather than saying yay. Once the count in the chamber is complete, we will now conduct the alphabetical roll call for members participating virtually. For this part of the process, the pages will call each remote member's name alphabetically, and then each virtual member might audibly state their vote, responding clearly with either "I vote yes" or "I vote no." The clerk will then respond with the member's name by following by yes or no. Finally, all bells stop ringing for any vote. The moderator and the table will need to take a moment to verify that the members listed in the virtual are actually present on screen and they're in their seats and therefore eligible to vote. This delay will be brief, but the necessary to confirm who can vote, because for virtual members, being seated before the camera is equivalent that members are being in their assigned seats in the chamber when the bells are stopped ringing. The question before the committee is the resolution respecting the Loan Act, reading as follows. Resolved that there be granted to authority to borrow for supplies purposes for the sum of $3,455,000,000 for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. All those in the chamber in favor, please rise.
Honorable Mr. Pallister. Honorable Mr. Fielding. Honorable Mr. Friesen. Honorable Mrs. Stephenson. Honorable Mr. Wharton.
Mr. Gertson.
Honorable Mr. Gertson.
Honorable Mr. Peterson.
Honorable Mr. Peterson.
Honorable Ms. Squires.
Honorable Ms. Squires.
Mr. Mikuleski.
Mr. Mikuleski.
Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli.
Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli.
All those in the chamber opposed, please rise.
Mr. Canoe.
Mr. Canoe.
Ms. Fontaine.
Ms. Fontaine.
Mr. Weed.
Mr. Weed.
Mr. Sala.
Mr. Sala.
MLA Azagora.
MLA Azagora.
We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually, asking each virtual member to audibly state their vote, responding clearly with either "I vote yes" or "I vote no." I would also remind members to unmute their mics only when they are recognized, and then immediately mute it again once they have declared their vote.
Ms. Adams. I vote no.
Ms. Adams votes no.
Mr. Altomare.
I vote no.
Mr. Altomare votes no.
Mr. Brar.
I vote no.
Mr. Brar votes no.
Mr. Bushy.
I vote no.
Mr. Bushy votes no.
Honorable Mrs. Cox. I vote yes.
Honorable Mrs. Cox votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Cullen votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Eichler.
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Eichler votes yes.
Mr. Iwasko.
I vote yes.
Mr. Iwasko votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Gerard.
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Gerard votes no. Honorable Mr. Gerard votes no.
Ms. Gordon.
I vote yes.
Could Ms. Gordon repeat that, please? We couldn't hear you. Your microphone needs to be put down.
I vote yes.
Ms. Gordon votes yes.
Mr. Ginter.
I vote yes.
Mr. Ginter votes yes.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard.
I vote yes.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard votes yes.
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Helwer votes yes.
Mr. Islifson?
I vote yes.
Mr. Islifson votes yes.
Mr. Johnston Assiniboia?
I vote yes.
Mr. Johnson Assiniboia votes yes.
Mr. Lagasse?
I vote yes.
Mr. Lagasse votes yes.
Mr. Lajimodier?
I vote yes.
Mr. Lajmodier votes yes.
Mr. Lamont?
I vote no.
Mr. Lamont votes no.
Miss Lamoureux?
I vote no.
Ms. Lamoureux votes no.
Miss Laughlin?
I vote no.
Ms. Laughlin votes no.
Mr. Lindsay?
I vote no.
Mr. Lindsay votes no.
Mr. Malloway?
I vote no.
Mr. Malloway votes no.
Miss Marcelino?
I vote no.
Ms. Marcelino votes no.
Mr. Martin?
I vote yes.
Mr. Martin votes yes.
Mr. Micklefield?
Mr. Micklefield.
I vote yes.
Mr. Micklefield votes yes.
Miss Morley LaPointe?
I vote yes.
Ms. Morley LeCompte votes yes.
Mr. Moses?
I vote no.
Mr. Moses votes no.
Miss Naylor?
I vote no.
Ms. Naylor votes no.
Mr. Nesbitt?
I vote yes.
Mr. Nesbitt votes yes.
Mr. Reyes?
I vote yes.
Mr. Reyes votes yes.
Mr. Sandu?
Mr. Sandu?
I vote no.
Mr. Sandu votes no.
Honorable Mr. Schuler?
I vote yes.
Honorable Mr. Schuler votes yes.
Mr. Smith Lajimodier?
I vote yes.
Mr. Smith Lajmodier votes yes.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas?
I vote no.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas votes no.
Mr. Smoot?
I vote yes.
Mr. Smoot votes yes.
Mr. Teitzma?
I vote yes.
Mr. Teitzma votes yes.
Mr. Vasily?
I vote no.
Mr. Vasily votes no.
Mr. Wochuk?
I vote yes.
Mr. Wochuk votes yes.
Yeas 32, nays 21.
The resolution is accordingly passed. Committee rise, call on the Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Turtle Mountain.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of Supply has considered and adopted a resolution respecting the Loan Act. I move, second by the Honourable Member for Riding Mountain, that the report of the committee be received.
It has been moved by the Honourable Member for Turtle Mountain, seconded by the Honourable Member for Riding Mountain, that the report of the committee be received. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The House will now resolve from the Committee of Supply. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please take the chair.
Would the Committee of Supplies please come to order? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I move that the Committee of Supply concur in all supply resolutions relating to the estimates of expenditure for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021, which have been adopted at this session, whether by a section of the Committee of Supply or by the full committee.
It has been moved by the Honourable Government House Leader that the Committee of Supply concur in all supply resolutions related to the estimates of expenditures for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021, which have been adopted in this session, whether a session of the Committee of Supply or by the full committee. The motion is in order. Shall the motion pass? The motion is accordingly passed. This concludes the business before us. Committee rise, call on the Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Turtle Mountain.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of Supply has adopted a motion regarding concurrence in supply. I move, second by the Honourable Member for Rossmere, that the report of the committee be received.
It has been moved by the Honourable Member for Turtle Mountain, seconded by the Honourable Member for Rossmere, that the report of the committee be received. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that this House concur in the report of the Committee of Supply respecting concurrence in all supply resolutions relating to the estimates of expenditures for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021.
It has been moved by the Honourable Government House Leader, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that this House concur in the report of the Committee of Supply respecting concurrence in all supply resolutions relating to the estimates expenditure for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, second by the Minister of Education, that there be granted the authority to borrow for supply purposes the sum of $3,455 million for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that there be granted the authority to borrow for supply purposes the sum of $3,455 $455 million for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2021. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, second by the Minister of Education, that there should be granted to Her Majesty for the public service of the province for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021, out of the Consolidated Fund, the sum of $13,653,509,000 as set out in Part A operating expenditures and $722,210,000 as set out in Part B capital investment and $369,480,000 as set out in Part C loans and guarantees and $2,175,885,000 as set out in Part D capital investments by other reporting entities of the estimates.
75 or 77 million?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'll start out. And $2,177,800,085,000 as set out in Part D capital investments by other reporting entities of the estimates.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that there be granted to Her Majesty for the public service of the province for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021, out of the Consolidated Fund, the sum of $13,653,509,000 as set out in Part A operating expenditure and $722,210,000 as set out in Part B capital investment and $369,480,000 as set out in Part C loans and guarantees and $2,177,885,000 as set out in Part D capital investments by other reporting entities of the estimates. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, second by the Minister of Education, that Bill number 65, the Appropriation Act 2020, be now read a first time and be ordered for second reading immediately.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that Bill number 65, the Appropriation Act 2020, be now read a first time and be ordered for second reading immediately. Oh, agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, second by the Minister of Education, that Bill number 65, the
$69,480,000 as set out in Part C, loans and guarantees, and $2,177,885,000 as set out in Part D, capital investments by other reporting entities of the estimates. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, second by the Minister of Education, that Bill number 65, the Appropriation Act 2020, be now read a first time and be ordered for second reading immediately.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that Bill number 65, the Appropriation Act 2020, be now read a first time and be ordered for second reading immediately. Oh, agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, second by the Minister of Education, that Bill number 65, the Appropriations Act 2020, be now read a second time and be referred to the Committee of the Whole.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that Bill number 65, the Appropriation Act 2020, be now read a second time and be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Just as a reminder, the Honourable Minister, official opposition critic, and the 3 independent Liberals can speak in debate for up to 10 minutes each. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bill provides the Government of Manitoba with borrowing authority required for the current fiscal year. The amount of borrowing authority being requested is the amount required to fund the government's estimated operating deficit, capital investment loans, and loan guarantees during the fiscal year. The bill also provides authority for various government agencies to borrow in accordance with the legislation. These amounts are set out in the schedule of the bill. When the bill reaches the committee stage, my colleagues and I can provide any necessary explanations for the information of the members.
Do members wish to ask questions of the bill?
Yes.
The Honourable. A question period of up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the Minister by any member in the following sequence. First question by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions asked by critics or designates from other recognized opposition parties. Subsequent questions asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members. No question or answer shall exceed 45 seconds. The Honourable Member for Fort Garry. Can the member unmute? We cannot hear him.
All right.
The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
Thank you. Budget 2020 cuts public health by thousands of dollars. These are people now leading our province's fight in COVID-19. Why did the minister decrease the budget for public health?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The member is completely inaccurate in that. This government is very proud of the fact that since coming to office, we've invested more than $648 million in the healthcare system. In fact, Madam Speaker, In public accounts, what it showed even last year, there was over $303 million more invested in healthcare. And one thing that our government is very proud of is the fact that we're seeing results for Manitobans. That includes reductions of 30% in terms of wait times. An increase in hip and knee and cataract surgeries have gone up by upwards of 23 to 28%.
The honourable member for Fort Garry.
Thank you. Year after year, we've seen this government underspend on their healthcare budget. If you factor out their funds for consolidations, there'd be no new investments in our healthcare system in budget 2020-21. Will the minister agree that if his government had made the necessary investments in healthcare in the past years and not closed ICU beds, we wouldn't be in as bad a situation as we are now?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and our government's very proud of the investments we've made. In fact, in things like healthcare, education, and social services, we've invested more than $1.3 billion more in these priority areas. Again, $303 million. We're making good progress on these items that we think makes sense for Manitobans and getting better results. That's something that we're very proud of. We're going to continue to do that work for Manitobans.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, the minister started out by saying that this bill provides the borrowing authority for the present fiscal year. But we know we have a COVID pandemic. We know that the minister has already requested some supplemental authority, which I believe is above and beyond the dollars which are in this request. So I'd like clarification on that. And I would also ask the minister, does he expect to have to come back to the House for additional supplementary money to complete the work of looking after the COVID pandemic?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The COVID bill that everyone allocated, there is an addition of $5 billion for COVID-related relief. This bill before us, or rather this Loan Act before us, takes care of everything that was in the budget document that was tabled in March, which seems like a long time ago now. So that is this is completely related to the budget-related document that was there. What we passed was a $5 billion appropriation for future costs for COVID. So it's two separate bills, or two separate loan authorities in itself.
The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
Thank you. I wonder if the minister can explain why he's frozen childcare operating funding for a fourth year in a row.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And we're not going to make the mistakes of the past, what the NDP did. The NDP took an ideological approach to childcare. What this government has done is looked at how we deliver childcare and how things are done. We know that the NDP, because they didn't like home-based childcare, drove that out of this province. There is over a 27% reduction in home-based childcare. We made agreements with the federal government to make investments in childcare. We want the opposition to come on board to support parents.
Order. Come on. The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
Why is the minister bringing in tax cuts that overwhelmingly benefit wealthy Manitobans, while at the same time raising tuition on Manitoba students, raising hydro rates for Manitoba businesses and for everyday Manitobans, and raising the rent on over 22,000 Manitoba rental units?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, our government is very proud of the fact that we put $700 million of tax relief to Manitobans over the 4-year period of government. We committed to doing things like reducing the PST that all Manitobans will benefit from. We've reduced or enhanced the basic personal exemption, raised the levels that the NDP refused to do, that all Manitobans will be supportive. We've also made commitments in terms of education, property taxes, and other tax measures that all Manitobans will support.
The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the minister can tell us whether he thinks it's prudent fiscal management to be borrowing billions of dollars of new taxpayer dollars while at the same time cutting taxes for wealthy Manitobans. Why should middle-class Manitobans pay for wealthy tax breaks?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, we all listen to the member from Fort Garry and his class warfare, and we don't think that's right, Madam Speaker. We think that providing $700 million of tax relief to all Manitobans is important. We know what the NDP did in terms of their expenditures and the dams they didn't need with hydro that's jacked up the hydro rates because of the $10 billion of other expenditures. We know that the NDP decided to jack up the PST after they promised not to in the election. We're not going to take any lectures from an individual and a party that has so much disrespect for Manitoba taxpayers.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, my question for the minister has to do with the Rainy Day Fund. I'd like to know what the minister is planning in terms of the Rainy Day Fund, whether he will be drawing that down or whether he will be building it up on the basis of the circumstances of today.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the first thing we came to office, one of the first things that our Treasury Board officials said to us, and we noted, was the fact that the Rainy Day Fund under the NDP had been drained from over $800 million to about $110 million. That was one of the major platform items and items that we wanted to work on as Manitobans and as a government. We're very proud of the fact that we replenished the Rainy Day Fund to over $800 million. To answer the member's questions specifically, there was a time in March where we thought we'd have to tap into the Rainy Day Fund because the capital markets were frozen out. With some of the leadership that the Premier took in terms of advice to the federal government, the Bank of Canada made some changes and we were able to go to the capital markets and borrow money at a more effective spreads.
The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
I'm wondering if the minister can confirm for the House that not $1 of the $800 million plus in the Rainy Day Fund has been allocated for COVID relief, and absolutely none of that money has been earmarked to save businesses in Manitoba that are about to go under.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And our government is very proud of the fact that the Parliamentary Budget Office has suggested that Manitoba supports for people during COVID, individuals and businesses, is one of the highest in the country, about 3.2% of our GDP. We're very proud of those supports that are there. You know, what I can tell the member is we did an analysis of the Rainy Day Fund under the NDP government. We know in better financial times, they had drained the Rainy Day Fund, Madam Speaker, from over $800 million to $110 million. That was a priority for our government to make sure that we have an appropriate amount of money in the Rainy Day Fund that best practices suggest we had, and we're very proud of the fact that we've been able to do that.
The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
I'm wondering if the minister can explain to the House why no money from the Rainy Day Fund is being allocated for the COVID crisis.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and we're very proud as a government that we passed 2 budget bills to support beyond what our initial budget was. There is one for over $1 billion that consisted of $500 million for health care, $400 million in what we call our ISA to support programs and services, as well as $100 million for relief. Our second budgetary bill was $577 million that supported municipalities, over $106 million to municipalities. Our commitment for things like education, $40 million, above and beyond our commitments of over $100 million for education, money for workforce development, and other monies for our capital projects.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, so my question for the minister is that if this isn't a rainy day, if this is a 100-year crisis, are we waiting for an asteroid strike to actually spend some money from the Rainy Day Fund to help anybody?
And I think the member was in the House.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I think the member was in the House. The 2 subsequent budget bills that we introduced, one for $1 billion, Madam Speaker, $1 $1 billion. I'll go through the numbers again, as well as $577 million. Our government has committed over almost $2.3 billion in supports for this year, as well as capital-related costs that are there. We're also seeing about a $1.5 billion reductions in our revenues because of the COVID situation. Our government is second to none, or one of the highest of all the country in terms of our investments in COVID-19 supports.
The honourable member for Fort Garry.
I wonder if the minister can explain or confirm how much of the $577 million of earmarked federal money for COVID relief has been spent, and is he willing to commit today that every single one of those dollars will go to where they're intended and will actually get spent on COVID relief?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very proud of the fact that Premier Pallister and other premiers across the country, Premier, I apologize, Madam Speaker, the Premier of this province, as well as other premiers in the country, negotiated an agreement with the federal government to bring important initiatives to Manitoba. We're very supportive of that. That money will be used and more. We're committed to over $2.3 billion of supports for individuals and businesses for COVID this year and future years.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, I'd like to ask the minister whether he's done any accurate assessment of return on investment and of dollars spent, and also looking at the costs of not spending. For example, the fact that the government got way behind on the second wave, didn't spend adequately on contact tracing and on making sure that results came quickly, is costing huge amounts of money right now, millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars extra that they wouldn't have had to spend because they were frugal a month ago.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Madam Speaker, we can either believe members of the NDP and the members of the Liberal Party, or we can believe the Parliamentary Budget Office that says that Manitoba has spent some of the highest amounts to support people for supports during COVID, as well as businesses, as well as investments in healthcare. So if the member, that's really the members of the House can have that decision. Who is more credible, other members, other politicians, or the Parliamentary Budget Office? I'm going to choose the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
The minister is probably well aware that many other Canadian provincial jurisdictions have referred their COVID spending and programs for review to their Public Accounts Committee in order to maintain the confidence of the public and to ensure that there is adequate transparency and accountability. Will the minister commit today to ensuring that he will refer all that spending to be reviewed by the Public Accounts Committee?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Madam Speaker, isn't it like the NDP? They want to spend all the money all at once. Madam Speaker, hopefully we're through a vast majority of this virus. My sense is that there's going to be additional supports that are needed for a very long time after this, even when you get a vaccine that's in place. Our government is very open and transparent. In fact, I would refer the member to the first quarter report that identifies all our expenditures in health and other related items that's well documented in the Q1 public report.
The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
I wonder if the minister can explain why he is reluctant or resistant to allowing Manitobans to see what's been spent for COVID and the effectiveness of the programs at the Public Accounts Committee.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, our government is very committed to transparency and openness. We learned a lesson from the previous government, the 17 years of the previous government, where they decided to hide things and put things away and not be transparent with Manitobans. In fact, probably the best way to be transparent with Manitobans is if you're going to jack up taxes and really have an impact on the affordability for Manitobans, be honest about it. Tell individuals in the election that you're going to jack up taxes, but they didn't do that. That's not open and transparent. Our government is open and transparent, and we're going to continue to do that, Madam Speaker.
time for the question period of this bill is over. Are there any members wishing to debate the bill? The honourable member for Fort Garry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess we need to start with a bit of history about prior to COVID. We knew that this government had already begun to mismanage the Manitoba economy well before COVID. They had slowed down our economy to the point where we were heading towards a recession in any event. Years of cuts, austerity, basically slowed down the Manitoba economy. We used to be the second fastest growing economy in Canada. And prior to COVID, that we had slipped to 7th. And I suspect that we would have slipped even further without the full-on recession from COVID. And this is what happens when you reduce your civil service by 14%. Those are good, middle-class, family-sustaining jobs that you can build a life on in Manitoba. And we know that this government simply doesn't value those type of jobs. We had Bill 28. This is the wage theft law that our courts have found to be unconstitutional. That kept millions of dollars off the kitchen tables of Manitobans, hardworking teachers and nurses, people that we refer to as heroes now. This government felt that they got paid too much. They felt that they didn't deserve their incomes and felt that they had to make sure that their wages were cut year over year. Well, the reality is that's tens of millions of dollars that didn't go to middle-class Manitobans. It didn't go to help them support local businesses. And all that lack of spending slowed down our economy. And if the businesses don't have business, they're not hiring people, they're not ordering products from suppliers, and there's a spin-off effect. And our economy slows down over and over again. It's a vicious cycle. We know that this government doesn't believe in a living wage. We had gone from sort of middle of the pack, which Manitobans are very comfortable with, to being at the bottom with having one of the lowest minimum wages in Canada. That's kept Manitobans artificially poor and has done nothing to our economy. If anything, it's been a drag on our economy. If you're a low-wage worker, you spend every single dollar that you have on necessities. And if you don't have that money, you're not spending it in the economy, you're not creating jobs, it's not circulating, and it drags our economy. And we know that all of these policies and more have resulted in our economy slowing down and our businesses were already struggling. Well, then we have the pandemic that hits us. Manitoba all of a sudden finds itself in a full-on recession. And the first reaction of this government, their go-to plan when we are in a crisis, is to double down and make things worse. And you heard bizarre statements from the government about how, certain groups of Manitobans weren't suffering enough. So this government stepped in because they see their role is to make other people suffer who weren't. And of course, they got rid of 10,000 middle-class, good-paying, family-supporting jobs. And that basically we have not recovered from. I think Statistics Canada, in one of the latest statistics before the second wave, 30,000 Manitobans were still out of work. I suspect that number has grown since the second shutdown. And we have seen businesses closing. I get a lot of calls from residents in Fort Richmond, Waverley. They feel abandoned by their MLAs, especially the local business communities there. So I've been spending a lot of time in those constituencies. And if you go to Bridgewater Center, it's a ghost town. The stores, and a lot of them are newcomer businesses, have been shut down. They just couldn't survive it. And the government has just been absent. And they've taken this approach that somehow if you get sick in Manitoba because of COVID, it's your fault. And somehow they don't see any responsibility for this government to actually do something and to have a plan and to mitigate this and protect Manitobans and to protect our economy. And, my friend talks about an ideological approach. It doesn't get more ideological with that, and that's fine. If they're sitting around the Manitoba Club and talking with their friends, it's absolutely devastating to Manitobans who are being absolutely hurt by this willful neglect. We know now that this government has abandoned small businesses. If you are not a large multinational agribusiness, from France, they have no time for you. They don't want to listen to you. They, I believe, have in question period have called them, interest groups. They're Manitobans, and they're struggling, and they hurt, and they need leadership from this government, and they're not getting it. To dismiss them as interest groups, that goes beyond unfair to the point of being cruel. And then we know more people in Manitoba are leaving, and more people are emigrating out of the province than are coming in. One of the strengths, and sort of one of the canaries in the coal mine, is that we had strong immigration here. Well, we used to until this government's policies, and then people are voting with their feet. They see no future in Manitoba, and they're leaving. So now we have the province borrowing a further $1.6 billion this year than they originally intended. We have to be cautious because this government has a history of playing counting games and cooking the books. At one time, they were claiming $5 billion deficit. Now it's been reduced to $2.9 billion. The minister in finance admitted in estimates that it's probably lower than that. We know that they've received $577 million in federal funding. Most of it has not been spent, and what we are concerned about is that they have no intention to spend it, and they are going to hold on to it, and they are going to put it into general revenue, and they are going to use it for more tax cuts to wealthy Manitobans while they shift the tax burden onto working and middle-class Manitobans. And despite being in a recession, despite having the worst COVID numbers in Canada, despite having some of the worst restrictions impacting our businesses, this government refuses to touch the rainy day fund, refuses to put any meaningful supports for small businesses, which will prolong the misery, prolong the recession. So what do we know from this government? They will announce big numbers and a health budget and then not spend it. They will take federal money gleefully and then just throw it into general revenue and not spend it on the earmarking that they're required. They do not keep up with the rate of inflation for education or health. That results in a cut, and it's been for every year they've been in government. There have been cuts to the healthcare and education system, and then they turn around and, of course, gaslight us and tell us that somehow we should be proud of them for all their hard work. They freeze funding for everybody else. And of course, with inflation, that results in a cuts. They download responsibility for costs to school boards and RHAs, municipalities, and they don't ensure that they have the funds to actually provide the services that they need. We know that school boards are running massive deficits. Part of it is because of the wage theft bill. Here, this government forced school boards not to pay cost of living increases. Well, it's unconstitutional. There's now a day of reckoning. The school boards own tens of millions of dollars that they now have to pay back the money that they owe teachers and nurses and whoever else. And where is the government? They're the absentee landlord, the deadbeat father that is nowhere to be found when the actual bill comes due. And it's going to result in job losses for teachers in our schools. Our schools are in chaos right now, and this government is doubling down on that. And as a parent, I can't tell you how concerning that is. But at the same time, they're raising taxes on everyday Manitobans. Rent, sometimes upwards of 50%. Has been happening. The 2.9% for hydro rates on businesses going up in everyday Manitobans without any sort of democratic oversight. And of course, we see tuition going up year after year and all the extra fees in schools and daycares because they have to make up for the lack of funding that they have. They're privatizing money-making industries that actually contribute to keeping rates low for Manitoba Hydro. So there's no plan here. They're borrowing this money with no intention to actually use it. And Manitobans need help now, not in some distant future. It's not like they can't go and borrow money if we need to again. But right now, they're just going to hold on to it and say, yeah, help is coming, but help never comes. Madam Speaker. And we cannot, in any good conscience, support this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for River Heights. Can the member please unmute his mic? The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I want to put a few words on the record about the appalling fiscal management of this government. Well, there are times when if you've got a good approach to preventing problems, then you can save huge amounts of money. And what we've seen with this government is that in July and August and September, they just wasted time. They didn't prepare. They didn't spend on what was needed to be ready for the contact tracing and the testing that is needed if you're going to keep control of a COVID pandemic. We've seen around the world leaders elsewhere talking about the critical importance of being right on top of contact tracing and testing. You should have the reports from testing available within 24 hours of testing. You need to have the contact tracing done within 24 hours because beyond that, if you haven't got it done, this virus spreads exponentially and you just lose control. And what happened was this government was they did not invest the few dollars that they needed to invest in July and August and September to be ready. And if they had had the readiness there, the preparedness, so that when we started to go up in numbers, that we were able to have the testing done without these huge, long, terrible wait lines, which dissuaded a lot of people from being tested, and without the delays in getting the results in the testing. The problem is that if you delay for 7 days, as was very common in terms of getting results, people are not only frustrated, they're not sure they're going to go in and get tested again, but what happens is that 7 days is basically 2 cycles of the virus spreading exponentially. And when the virus takes off, and we've seen it here in Manitoba, because of the disastrous fiscal management of this government over the past few months, we've got a viral outbreak which is out of control. The hundreds of doctors are telling us we are in a very grave, perilous situation. We are in extreme emergency. And all because this government did not do its job because it tried to save a few dollars instead of spending a few dollars early, and now it's costing people lots and lots and lots of money. And it's not just costing the government money, it's costing businesses money. I've got everyday emails coming in from people running restaurants. How are we going to manage now that we're going into this huge second wave? One of the biggest second waves in all of Canada, as big as some of the really worst places in the United States. It's terrible what's happened under this government. It's just almost unbelievable how badly this government could have performed. And the result is we've got businesses which are having trouble operating because there's got to be a strict lockdown because of the failure to look after this epidemic and to take care of it and get the testing and the contact tracing done really quickly early on. So we had exponential growth. We still have exponential growth. And we have just an incredibly bad government which has not spent well, which doesn't look after how to spend wisely, and has made a mess of this second wave of the pandemic. I think this government has a lot to learn, and it's really sad because what we're seeing now is hundreds of doctors coming forward and saying we've got a disastrous situation, and instead of a situation which could have been controlled, which we would have been able to keep the economy open, which we would have been able to operate schools in a better way than now. We may have to close schools just because of the disastrous way that this government managed things early on. And we have a situation where there's going to be a need for lots and lots and lots of extra expenditures on ICU, on personnel, and on various other things just because this government failed to spend early on in the smaller amounts that clearly could have made a big, big difference. And I think that this government has got to be held to account. We need a public inquiry into what this government, how badly they mismanaged the second wave of the pandemic. We are going to see lots of inquests. There's just no doubt of it. Looking at the, when we've got death after death after death, which is preventable, happening at personal care homes, people who are elders who have contributed to this province, who have done a great deal all their lives, who are highly respected people, even though they may be, having some problems with dementia and other things as they get older. We should have been looking after them. We should have had the plan there. We did not have the plan. And this government let us down. And experts from across the country are saying that this government messed up. This government wasn't ready for personal care homes, didn't protect older people. And I'm sure that that's what we're going to find when we have that public inquiry and when we have those inquests. It's just appalling what this government has let happen, and it's terrible. And I think the government needs to understand it. And this government needs to have a much better approach to money management and a much better approach to prevention of health problems before they get way out of control, as is happening at the moment. Madam Speaker, that's my few words that I wanted to contribute on this bill. And I think it's important that the government knows that they're making a mess of a lot of things. Thank you.
Are there any further members wishing to speak on debate? Is the House ready for the question? It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that Bill number 65, the Appropriation Act 2020, be now read a second time and be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
This right here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, second by the Minister of Education, that Bill number 66, the Loan Act 2020-21, now be read a first time and be ordered for second reading immediately.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that Bill number 66, the Loan Act 2020-2021, be now read a first time and ordered for second reading immediately. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Can I ask the member that is clicking their pen to cease with that? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
No opening statement.
Oh, I thought it was, sorry. The Honourable Minister. Oh. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
No opening comment. Oh. Here.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, late in the day. I move, second by the Minister of Education, that Bill number 66, the Loan Act 2020-21, be now read a second time and be referred to the Committee of the Whole.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that Bill number 66, the Loan Act 2020-2021, be now read a second time and be referred to the Committee of the Whole. Just as a reminder, the Honourable Minister, Official Opposition Critic, and the 3 independent Liberals can speak in debate for up to 10 minutes each. Was the Honourable Minister of Finance going to make any comments? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Loan Act 2020-21 is made up of a number of sections. Section number 1 of the Act provides definitions. It defines a government's agency as those listed in Schedule A of the Act. The schedule details total authority to be used only in the current fiscal year. The definition of the government borrowing authorizes clarities that unused authorities provided in the prior loan acts to borrow does not expire with the passing of each new loan act. Section 2 of the Act increases the amount of government is authorized to borrow by over $3 billion and 55 million. Section 3 of the Act deals with the borrowing authority of government agencies, specifically by placing a limit on the borrowing authority of the government agency, which has its own legislative borrowing power to be equal to the total amount of authority provided to the corporation in the schedule of the Loan Act 2021. And the government's used authority under Section 2 of this and prior loan acts, whichever is less, by reducing the total government borrowing authority in Section 2 to the extent the government agency draws down the authority granted to it in the schedule. By recognizing that the government agencies has the authority to refinance its maturing debt, and clarifies that any borrowing in the guarantee of the corporation also reduces the government's total borrowing authority under Section 2 of this and prior loans. Section 4 provides for the lapse of authority provided in the schedule of the Loan Act 2019 that is not required in Loan Act 2020-21. Section 5, Madam Speaker, it sets out the amount of supplement loan and guarantee authority to the limit of $400 million in addition to borrowing authority provided by the schedule. The supplemental amount is for any unanticipated requirements within the fiscal year, subject to Lieutenant Governor General and Council approval. This is an increase for the past year's Loan Act. The previous limit is additional authority has been $200 million, which is a limit set in 1989. In light of this inflation and the fiscal uncertainties this year, we are increasing the total amount to $400 million in the Loan Act, Madam Speaker. And finally, in Section 6 provides the Loan Act 2021 to take effect retroactively to April 1st, 2020. Thank you.
A question period of up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the minister by any member in the following sequence. First, question by the official opposition, critic or designate. Subsequent questions asked by critics or designates from other recognized opposition parties. Subsequent questions asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members, and no question or answer shall exceed 45 seconds. The honourable member for Fort Garry.
We don't have any questions on this bill.
Are there any other questions? Is the House ready for the... Oh.
I have a question.
Oh, the honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, I talked a little bit ago about the need to spend in areas where we can actually save a lot of money. And this has been a problem when we were under the NDP, that they failed to do this in areas like diabetes, as an example. And a modest amount of spending and a targeted approach to reduce diabetes would have saved us hundreds of millions of dollars. And so we lost that opportunity, and we're now losing that again under this Conservative government, because they're not paying attention to the other epidemic which is going on at the moment. And I just wanted to point this out, that this government has a record of really poor fiscal management, in that there are many areas where they could be saving and at the same time improving people's health and keeping people healthier and keeping people more productive. Because when people get diabetes,
The member's time for the question has expired. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And our government is very proud of the fact that we made important investments in things like mental health and addictions. That's some partnerships with the federal government. Obviously, we think that there is really important to invest in these particular areas, and that has a long-term impact on individuals. So we think that's important investments. Our government has also done a number of things on the financial basis, something called the Ideas Fund that really helps, takes a look at a long-term approach for government. There's some initial dollars that you invest right off the bat where there's hundreds of millions of dollars that are saved, which we have been able to invest in things like healthcare and education and social services, Madam Speaker.
Are there any further questions? The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Yes, I know that the Finance Minister was just talking about the PBO estimates. Now, it's interesting, the actual document produced by his department states, has a footnote, that Manitoba's spend of $2.1 billion is lower than the PBO estimate of $2.5 billion. So does the Finance Minister agree with the Parliamentary Budget Office or with his own department, which disagrees with the Parliamentary Budget Office?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, we're going to believe the Parliamentary Budget Office before we believe the Liberal leader in terms of the support. So I can tell you that we're spending some of the most important money right now to support people when they need it in businesses through COVID. As mentioned, we're invested close to about $2.2 to $2.3 billion, which is some of the highest levels. We've made investments for individuals, for businesses. We made some long-term investments in things like capital restarts. We've done 2 budget bills that I believe the member voted on, one for $1 billion additional subsequent budget passed when the budget came in, and a second one for $587 million that provided supports for municipalities and education, other important mechanisms.
Are there any further questions? The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the minister's comments about their investments in mental health. One of the problems that we found under this government is a lack of reporting of meaningful results and outcomes. And there seems to be a major problem with this government spending here and there without actually measuring the results. And I tried on a number of occasions to get some of these results in mental health, and I was told that the government doesn't actually measure what it's doing. And so I would ask the minister, when is he actually going to start measuring the results of what he's doing in terms of areas like mental health and diabetes?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. We have made important investments with partnerships from the federal government on mental health and addictions. I can identify certain areas in healthcare, which I think is the most important area, where we have seen some good results. That's things like wait times. We know under the NDP government, they had the longest wait times in the country. We've dropped that by upwards of 30%. We've also increased the amount of hip and knee and cataract surgeries by 28% and 23% respectively. So I would suggest that there is good measurements. We want to continue to do good measurements. You want to make sure that the dollars are invested in the right areas.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, it was, again, when it comes to the PBO, I will repeat what the minister's own department said, that Manitoba's spend of $2.1 billion is lower than the PBO estimate of $2.5 billion. So why is it that he's claiming to believe in a PBO estimate that his own government, that his own documents says is exaggerated by $400 million?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, I've heard the member talk about finance matters in the House for, I guess, 2.5 years. I can tell you I'm going to believe the Parliamentary Budget Office before I believe the Liberal leader in terms of the finance. So this is an individual that talked about the government writing off all debts with a continuation of tax and spend policies for the government. I don't think that's the right approach, but I do think that our government has made important investments in priority areas, things like healthcare, education, and social services. We're spending upwards of $3.4 billion more than the NDP collectively, and even last year about $1.3 billion. Our supports for people during COVID is one of the highest in the country.
Are there any further questions? The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I want to follow that up, but I'll first make a comment. I'll challenge the minister on one of his earlier statements that the COVID pandemic is just about over in Manitoba. I don't think anybody who's got a professional understanding of what's happening would agree with that. But let's get back to the question of mental health and the outcomes that he's measuring. I mean, the outcomes that we really need to measure are whether we're able to decrease the number of people who have depression, whether we're able to get better results from the treatment of depression. These are outcomes that, for example, are being now measured very effectively.
The member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to correct the record. That's not at all what I said. What I said was that my hope and my concern is that this supports are going to be needed much past when a vaccine is needed. So I want to make sure that the record is corrected. That isn't at all what I said. Our government wants to commit as much money as we can for supports, and we're going to continue to do that as long as people and businesses need. In terms of measurement, our government always wants to make sure money is being spent. We're always doing measurement as it relates to mental health and addictions. We've made a number of important investments with partnerships with the federal government. We're going to continue to do that, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Just for the record, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The finance minister referred to the debt. He's also been boasting about what the Bank of Canada has done. In fact, the Bank of Canada has done exactly what I proposed, which is to engage in quantitative easing and is buying provincial and federal debt in order to help. But I have a question about alleged support to safety upgrades in personal care homes. The minister said it's $280 million, but the LitCam said in August that the RHAs have completely ignored their responsibility to fund their public health orders and directions. So why were personal care homes denied any funding to actually improve infection controls prior to the second wave?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is very proud of our commitment to personal care homes during this crisis. We've invested millions of dollars for visitation areas, whether they be inside or outside of the personal care homes. There is support for the operations of these types of things, and that's the agreement with the federal government in terms of a safe restart agreement. We as a government want to support people, specifically vulnerable people during the pandemic. We're going to continue to do this. To mention that what we had reported to address the financial piece that the member had talked about, we reported $2.3 billion in public accounts. So I'm not sure what the member is talking about in terms of the financial supports difference.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Just a step forward in terms of the measuring outcomes. The minister, maybe a finance minister, measures outcomes only in dollars, but most of us think of the quality of life and the number of people who are infected and the number of people who die and the number of people who live, that these are pretty important outcomes. And in this area, we are seeing measurements, and those measurements are actually pretty negative in terms of the government's record. The number of outbreaks, the number of cases, the number of deaths in personal care homes in the last 3 months has been, pretty startling and pretty
Member's
unsettling.
time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do agree with the member that making sure that programs are measurable and impactful is really important. And although health isn't my day-to-day functions with things, we do appropriate the dollars for it. And I can tell you the fact that we have seen some pretty important results on things like wait times, which is obviously a big factor that national organizations look at, as well as wait times for things like hip and knee and cataract. And I have quoted some stats of reductions in wait times and also the amount of surgeries that are done on hip and knee and replacement at 28, 23%. So there is some good results, and I would suggest that is a quality of life thing for individuals.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Again, the finance minister is completely wrong. Hip replacements for hips, knees, wait times for hips, knees, and cataracts have all gotten worse considerably under this government. But I will read from the LitCam. The COVID-19 costs are in addition to the PCH situation in terms of 15 years of funding freezes, no funding for increased supplies around infection prevention and control, and 0 annual inflationary operational increases. So why was that the case in August when the finance minister, and I think there are a lot of people who disagree that they've done anything like a good job in Parkview Place, where there's been a cockroach infestation since 2006. Why is it that none of this investment happened in August when it needed to happen?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, the member is completely wrong again. He doesn't understand finance, so let me explain it a little bit to him. Number one, we've invested $648 million more in healthcare every year, $303 million more. We passed 2 budget bills beyond that, one for $1 billion that had $500 million investments for healthcare, for PPE, these types of things, and other important investments that are there. So these are important investments. Our government is committed to enhancing and making sure there are supports in place for people and businesses during COVID-19.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, I just want to continue. It is not just a matter of dollars spent, not a matter of the minister giving us wrong information in terms of what's happening with wait times, which I understand are ballooning at the moment because of the poor control of the epidemic and people having to cancel surgeries. But it's a matter, when we get to mental health, of comparing how we're doing here in measuring real measurable outcomes, whether things are working, and what they're doing in the United Kingdom. Will they move to what's happening in the United Kingdom, where they get 98% success in evaluating outcomes from individual individuals?
The member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I didn't talk about wait times for hip, knee, and cataract. What I said was there's an increase in the amount of surgeries that are happening for hip and knee and cataract to the tune of 28 and 23%. That is a fact. In terms of the point that the member brings up in terms of mental health and addictions, absolutely, we want to make sure that these are measurable types of programs. I think everyone can be proud of the fact that there has been a lot of investments from the federal and provincial levels in mental health and addictions. We did the Virgo report, we did a number of supports, whether it be housing and other types of items that the Minister of Health could probably list off better than I, but it is important investments that will help Manitobans in the long run.
Are there any further questions? If not, debate is open. The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government talks a lot about us being all in this together. The problem with that is they don't act like it. They have a transparency and accountability problem, and it's significant in a crisis like this, because if the Manitoba people do not have confidence in their government, they will not follow public health orders. And if they see that the government's not there for them in their time of need, then they're going to stop basically assisting or helping the government, and we break down as a province. If we were all in this together, it means the government has to change the way they are. They can't gaslight Manitobans. They have to be honest with them and just lay out the facts, even if they're unflattering to the government. They have to listen to Manitobans, like the literally hundreds of doctors that are giving them warning signals that things are not okay. And instead of doubling down and putting their hands on their ears and saying they can't hear them, they need to start listening and actually following consultation. It means taking a less adversarial approach in the legislature. It means reaching out to the opposition and being completely open and transparent and saying, here are the numbers. Let's come to some consensus ideas. We're going to put aside our partisan differences for the sake of Manitoba, for the sake of the crisis. And we will want to partner with you and actually work with you to come out with joint consensus ideas that we can bring to the Manitoba people to get us through that. But instead, the government is doubling down and going back to their gaslighting and their cheap partisan attacks, and their lack of listening to people. And it is measurably different in other jurisdictions. In other jurisdictions, they've been dialing down the political rhetoric. They've been reaching across the aisle, and the opposition and the government actually have been working together. And one of the examples of that is other jurisdictions are very open with the money. And they're saying, this is what we're spending, this is how we're spending it, and they're open to actually reviewing the efficacy of their programs. And they're open to criticism, and they're open to changing these programs to make them work. We're all in this building because we believe in Manitoba and we want to see Manitobans succeed, and we're all united by that. But the government isn't acting like it. And one of the first places this government can start is being transparent and open with all the money, and to send the books basically unadulterated to the Public Accounts Committee. Let's sit down as a group of caring adults and work through this and actually respond to the second wave. This cannot be about people's egos anymore. It cannot be about people's misstated, political legacies. People are dying daily. Things are getting out of hand. And this government needs to actually take a step back and say, you know what? We'll get back to, fighting the opposition another day. Right now, we actually need their help, and actually act like it. And I know this is falling on deaf ears, but it's a plea to this government that we sort of need to take a time out here on partisanship and work together. And that's my lament. And so thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to put some facts on the record. I just want to mention I'm referring to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and I'm looking right here on my screen over here at the fiscal update from June, where it claims COVID spending per province is $2.1 billion. Source Parliamentary Budget Officer. It says Manitoba spend of $2.1 billion is lower than the PBO estimate of $2.5 billion. So really, I'm really very tired of Manitobans being misled and this sort of creative accounting to make things look better than they are at a time when we are looking at thousands of bankruptcies. We had a record number of COVID cases today. We are headed into a break week where we are not going to see any new legislation. And we keep hearing things that just simply do not jive with the government's own documents and numbers. So I'll just go through some of these issues. These again from the fiscal and economic update from June. Safety upgrades in personal care homes. They claim that it was $280 million. I will read from the Long-Term Care Association's brief, Seniors Cannot Wait, from August. The Manitoba government and the regional health authorities have not committed funding any COVID-19 related incremental costs incurred due to guidelines, directives, and public health orders that we have been mandated to follow, as other jurisdictions have. Unsustainable reductions are being made in significant areas of each personal care home and supportive housing operations to ensure sufficient cash flow is available for other items such as payroll-related items, repairs, and maintenance. For more than 50 years, appeals for operational and infrastructure funding to upgrade and improve the physical care environment, especially for dementia care, infection prevention and control, and safety, have been submitted and largely ignored. So that's $280 million that was in the fiscal update that never made it into personal care homes. That's just one example. We want to talk about the amount of PPE that's been bought. In the last 2 days, we found out there were millions of dollars of masks that can't be used. The Deputy Minister of Central Services is being sued because of more than $13 million in US of masks that cannot be used in Manitoba. Over $1.2 million of useless hand sanitizer that was made with fuel-grade ethanol. It's a health hazard. So when I hear about the amount of money that's being spent on PPE that cannot be used, and just today, early learning and childcare education centers are not able to use the PPE that was provided to them by the government because it is not medical grade. So the idea that this government has been doing a lot when lots of this stuff is simply not the case. Of that $2.1 billion, $1.24 billion was going to happen anyway. And they just rebranded them as COVID-19 measures. The actual amount of spending is less than $1 billion, over a third of which is on PPE, where we still have massive shortages. The other thing about it, there are hundreds of millions of dollars that were going to be announced as new spending, but the other, more than $100 million in Crown Corporation rebates that are supposed to be independent of government. MPI is supposed to be independent of government. It's not taxes. The same thing with the Workers' Compensation Board. But why did, for years, and there's a continual problem with the Auditor General saying that this government has not been straight about how they define the deficits and surpluses of its books, because they said, well, it's pretty clear that the Manitoba government controls the Workers' Compensation Board. How is it that when the government puts out a fiscal update and says we don't and wants to take credit for the Workers' Compensation Board putting out hundreds of millions, more than $100 million, and at the same time they want to pretend that it's not part of the books? It's unbelievable. So the idea that they're spending the most, it's clear that this is something that the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce, the Manitoba Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business all disagree that this government is doing the most. And there are lots of documents when it comes to helping small business. There's lots of documents to back that up. Most other jurisdictions are doing more. Most other jurisdictions have been more organized. And there's a reason why we're seeing the worst outbreak in Canada and why we're facing a small business apocalypse, because this government will not recognize what the problem is or admit that they've made a mistake. I'll add to that. The government also put out in April a really incredible Treasury Board document that was widely criticized for its distortions, and it should have been. The idea, for example, and this has been repeated a number of times in the past few days, the idea that Manitoba is the most vulnerable and has the highest debt. There are a lot of economists who criticize this and said, look, this just simply is not accurate. When in April, the finance minister said that Manitoba had the most emergency-ready budget in history. And then in April, they were panicking and saying, we have the highest debt and we need cuts of 10, 20, and 30%, which would completely shut down universities, would completely undermine and crush many public institutions and close them for good. But it's worth talking about why this claim of Manitoba being vulnerable because its debt is so high is so false. It combines Manitoba's debt with Manitoba Hydro's debt and pretends that both are completely paid for with taxes. Manitoba Hydro, as this government knows because it's in the budget, charges money. It has ratepayers. It isn't paid for with taxes. The per capita debt claim is false. All claims that any public debt can be divided equally between every man, woman, and child is false. Not all taxes are paid by all people. Companies and corporations pay taxes as well, and people pay different amounts of taxes paid on their income. The idea that somehow this is a huge burden that's going to be passed on to future generations exclusively to taxpayers is false, because a whole bunch of this is going to be paid for by ratepayers, including ratepayers in Minnesota or Saskatchewan. So we need to stop gaslighting Manitobans and fear-mongering and being honest about the actual fiscal state of this province. If we accept the argument that Manitoba has the worst revenue to debt ratio, it is because the NDP and the PCs both borrowed billions of dollars to pay for tax cuts that undermined the public treasury, exploded the deficit while failing to stimulate the economy. And this is also a document that demanded massive cuts. I'll give an example. They said that PPE expenses alone could be close to $1 billion or $80 million a month. Why are PPE expenses so high? Because this government did nothing to prepare for a pandemic, despite the fact that there are documents showing everyone knew that a pandemic is inevitable. And the finance minister himself tried to portray a PPE stockpile as big government. It's ridiculous. And I'll go on. The PCs have added more than $150 million in tax revenues and added to the deficit. Have cut more than $150 million a year in tax revenues and added to the deficit while doing it. They spent $200 million bailing out a stadium. $150 million is 0.5% of the PSD. So we need to ask, why is it okay to add billions to the deficit to pay for tax cuts that help people with huge houses save money on their insurance, but not to make sure that thousands of businesses and institutions are still around to generate revenue a year from now? The idea that this is a very bad time for government to be borrowing is nonsense when interest rates are at record lows. And why are we here today? It's because this government has spent 4 years freezing and cutting government expenditures while borrowing to finance tax cuts that have done nothing to stimulate the economy. So we have a government that has less revenue, fewer services, and is more dependent on debt than ever to try to finance its operations. This is all about starving the beast. And the idea that we have to slash the public sector to make this work, this crisis was not caused by public sector workers, and laying them off or slashing their incomes is not going to make it better. This is a disastrous budget. The idea that there are no options to increase revenues. We know that there are plenty of people who don't pay their taxes. We know that there are people who avoid taxes through international deals, through all sorts of, they set up phony companies. We know that there's a thing called snow washing. But is there any attempt at all to try to recover from people who don't pay their taxes and should be? None. The idea that there is no other source of revenue is simply untrue. And the government, then it's the private sector and other governments are controlling their expenses. We must do the same. This is an economic suicide pact. And we're paying for it. The idea that we can cut our way out of this in the worst crisis in a century is absolutely disastrous. And we need to be honest with Manitobans about what we're spending. And we need to commit to actually helping people to make them safe and so the businesses survive. It should be obvious that Manitoba Liberals are not going to support this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I want to take what the member for St. Boniface has talked about in terms of a big level down to the local situation in River Heights, where I'm getting many people writing in for one reason or another. But let me start with our local restaurants in River Heights, and I'm sure many other constituencies have similar situations. As Manitoba continues to endure the second wave of COVID-19, restaurants are being singled out and are struggling. There have been a lot more restrictions placed on restaurants, yet no data have been provided, and there has been no help offered to restaurants to help them get through this very difficult time. I'm told that the average restaurant has invested almost $20,000 in new procedures and training, personal protective equipment, sanitizer stations, air purification systems, and other means to ensure that the highest levels of safety happen for staff and patrons. And there's some national research indicating that 87% of consumers agree that restaurants are doing a good job of keeping people safe. But one of the problems at the moment is that in the data that's being collected, which is not being shared very openly in many respects, we don't know to what extent there are any infections being spread in restaurants because we're not being shown any data on one side or another. And we're not in circumstances, for example, where people are investing, as one restaurant has in River Heights, in a highly sophisticated air purification system in order to decrease the amount of COVID spread. We're not assessing, measuring the results. Restaurants like that, whether they're in fact, they are maybe much better in terms of not having any spread, or maybe the average restaurant with all the measures that they've taken are not having a lot of spread. I mean, we're hearing lots and lots about spread at personal care homes, at hospitals, and correctional institutions, but we're not hearing the evidence that the government is accumulating in terms of what's happening in relation to restaurants. And it's really important when you've got restaurants, looking at the second wave and looking at the potential for sales losses as much as 80% for full service restaurants, more than 40% for quick service restaurants, and thousands of jobs being lost. Now, it's important not only that we know what's safe and we're managing things well in terms of spread of COVID, but it's also really important that we're supporting financially restaurants which are struggling. And clearly what we've seen so far is that the present government is hopelessly inadequate in terms of the financial support for restaurants and many other businesses. Well, we want our restaurants to pull through the pandemic. We want them there afterwards. They do a great job. They serve wonderful food. Some restaurants go out of their way to make sure that they have particularly healthy food, which is really important. They've been looking at the quality of the food. And we need this government to have the clear and transparent data. We need the government to be working with industries as well as we're working with health professionals. And it looks at this point, because the government has not been doing a good job of preventing this second wave, and it is really at a crisis point at the moment that we may and are right now in a situation where restaurants are not able to operate anywhere near what they were even a few weeks ago. So there's a great concern among businesses like restaurants, and there really is a lot of work that the government has to do because right now there's not a lot of trust in this government in terms of their helping with ensuring health care is there and ensuring prevention is there and ensuring the support for business is there. And this sort of thing should have been much there in this budget. The government should have presented a much better plan of how it's going to enable everybody to get through a very difficult circumstance at the moment and enable to come out the other side and have people surviving and their businesses surviving and doing well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that Bill number 66, the Loan Act 2020-2021, be now read a second time and be referred to Committee of the Whole. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The House will now resolve into Committee of the Whole to consider and report on Bill 65, the Appropriation Act 2020, and Bill 66, the Loan Act 2020-2021 for concurrence and third reading. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please take the chair.
The Committee of the Whole will come to order to consider Bill number 65, the Appropriation Act 2020, and Bill 66, the Loan Act 2020 to 2021. During the consideration of these bills, the enacting clause and the titles are postponed until all other clauses have been considered in their proper order. Now we'll be considering Bill number 65, the Appropriation Act 2020. The first bill for our consideration is Bill 65, the Appropriation Act 2020. We will now begin clause by clause considering of the bill. Shall clauses 1 pass? Clauses 1 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 2 pass? Clause 2 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 3 pass? Clause 3 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 4 pass?
Pass.
Clause 4 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 5 pass?
Pass.
Clause 5 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 6 pass?
Pass.
Clause 6 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 7 pass?
Pass.
Clause 7 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 8 pass?
Pass.
Clause 8 is accordingly passed. Shall the schedule pass?
Pass.
The schedule is accordingly passed. Shall the enacting clause pass?
Pass.
The enacting clause is accordingly passed. Shall the title pass?
Pass.
The title is accordingly passed. Shall the bill be reported?
Agreed.
Agreed, and the bill shall be reported. Agreed. Now we'll consider Bill number 66, the Loan Act 2020-2021. The last bill will be Bill 26, the Loan Act 2020-2021. We will now begin clause by clause considering of the bill. Shall Clause 1 pass?
Pass.
Clause 1 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 2 pass?
Pass.
Clause 2 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 3 pass?
Pass.
Clause 3 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 4 pass?
Pass.
Clause 4 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 5 pass?
Pass.
Clause 5 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 6 pass?
Pass.
Clause 6 is accordingly passed. Shall the schedule pass?
Pass.
The schedule is accordingly passed. Shall the enacting clause pass?
Pass.
The enacting clause is accordingly passed. Shall the title be passed?
Pass.
The title is accordingly passed. Shall the bill be reported?
Agreed.
Agreed. The bill shall be reported. That concludes the business before us. Committee rise. Call on the speaker.
The Honourable Member for Turtle Mountain.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered the following: Bill number 65, the Appropriation Act 2020, and Bill number 66, the Loan Act 2020-2021, and reports the same without amendments. I've moved, second by the Honourable Member for Brandon East, that the report of the committee be received.
It has been moved by the Honourable Member for Turtle Mountain, seconded by the Honourable Member for Brandon East, that the report of the Committee of the Whole be received. Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, second by the Minister of Education, that Bill number 66, the Loan Act 2020-21, recorded from the Committee of the Whole, be concurred in and now be read for a third time and passed.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that Bill number 66, the Loan Act 2020-2021, reported from the Committee of the Whole, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed. Just as a reminder, the Honourable Minister, official opposition critic, and the 3 independent Liberals can speak and debate for up to 10 minutes each. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bill speaks for itself.
Are there any other members wishing to speak in debate?
Yes.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, I just want to put on the record that the Manitoba Liberal Party disagrees very strongly with the current fiscal policy of this government, and we will be voting against this bill. We just feel that the government has not had a good sense of fiscal management, has had very poor planning, and for the pandemic, and particularly for the second wave, and that we will not be supporting this bill.
Were there any other members wishing to speak in debate? Pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, second by the Minister of Education, that Bill number 65, the Appropriations Act 2020, reported from the Committee of the Whole, be concurred in and now be read for a third time and passed.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education, that Bill number 65, the Appropriation Act 2020, reported from the Committee of the Whole, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed. Just as a reminder, the Honourable Minister, Official Opposition Critic, and the 3 independent Liberals can speak and debate for up to 10 minutes each. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The bill speaks for itself.
Are there any other members? The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, just a few words on the record here. We've had a government which has had poor fiscal policy, and we have had a government which has not spent very wisely, so that we have a major second wave, which is the worst in Canada and is severely affecting people and causing a lot of deaths. And so we disagree with the approach that the government has taken, both in terms of healthcare and in terms of finance, and we'll be voting against this bill.
Are there any other members wishing to speak and debate?
I would like to speak, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to put a few words on the record as well. One of the things, actually, even before being elected as MLA, we met with the previous finance minister to discuss some of our issues in a budget consultation, and we made it clear one of our issues was a question of honesty in accounting. That one of the things that has happened continually under this government is that they will refer to what they've spent when really what they mean is what they promised, what they've committed to in the budget, with no real intention of actually spending that amount of money. In a previous throne speech, the government had actually had so much trouble spending the federal money that it was being offered that it had to make a commitment in a throne speech that it would actually match federal funding. So one of the things that's happened over the past few years is that even though federal healthcare funds have gone up year after year, there have been a special $400 million fund that was for mental health care, home care, and other supports. That's an agreement that was supposed to have been signed more than a couple of years ago, and yet there are many programs that have never been enacted, that have yet to be up and running, including a maternal care program. The same is true for the so-called Guns and Crime Fund, which was massively undersubscribed, even though we were in a meth crisis. And the list goes on. Despite that we keep hearing from the government about how much more money they spent than the NDP, the fact is that if they'd spent even $1 more than the NDP, they would have spent more than the NDP. This is not really anything to be proud of. But the other is the fact that the Premier himself used to say a couple of years ago that they were spending $700 million more than the NDP ever did. And this year, we hear that they are spending less than $700 million more. The fact is that what they did is, in the first year of the PC government, spending went up, and then it was frozen for 2 years straight. This has also happened with infrastructure, which actually declined, cuts to municipalities, and so on. So the idea, and then people will wonder, well, where has all this money gone? The fact is that a lot of this money went straight to the rainy day fund, which is now sitting as a massive, being hoarded, really. And I don't, honestly, at estimates last year, I asked the Premier, what defines a rainy day? He said he would get back to me. He never did. The fact is that if we're talking in any serious way about this being a 100-year crisis, one of the worst crises that we've ever seen, that it's unprecedented, the idea that we're supposed to sit on hundreds of millions of dollars while businesses go under, which will inevitably make things worse for the government revenue, while COVID cases are doubling every 10 days, which means massive healthcare expenditures and people being unable to work. The fact is we have a massive crisis and this government is pretending, if this is not a rainy day, I don't know what is. If we are not willing to invest at this period of crisis in order to even just stem or reduce the crisis, I don't know when we are supposed to be doing it. It is really, to me, quite shocking. The other issue is that I know that this government went through some theater trying to claim that asking the federal government for more healthcare funds. The proclamation itself had a number of things that were factually completely inaccurate. And my caucus colleagues and I are not willing to put our names next to something that is so false. But the fact is that we need. Do we need? The major problem here is that we absolutely need more funding. We need to put money into all sorts of things in Manitoba, but it hasn't been happening, even though the provincial government is getting more money. So unless that money, unless the premier and the finance minister and his government are willing to commit absolutely for that money to flow through to where it's supposed to go, whether it's health or education or infrastructure, it's pretty hard to ask the federal government to ask for that money, because instead it's being used for things like tax cuts for personal tax cuts for insurance on mansions, or tax cuts for people who have bars of gold, platinum, and silver, or other taxes which overwhelmingly are regressive, which benefit people at the very top, because at a time when the people who are really struggling aren't getting the help they need. I would add one other thing is that the government is very fond of talking about what bad shape the NDP left the books in and how they drained the rainy day fund. Look, I'm not a great defender of the NDP, but the fact is that a lot of the reasons the NDP had financial problems, one was that the federal government flatlined all federal funding for 6 years straight, to catastrophic effect. The premier himself voted for a healthcare measure that cut funding to Manitoba, where the healthcare funding used to be calculated based on how many seniors there were, how poor people were, how sick people were, and the fact that Manitoba has a large rural and northern population. All the extra funds that would have been flowing to Manitoba for healthcare were opposed and voted against by the premier when he was a member of parliament in 2007. The fact is that we're in a position where Manitoba's fiscal state is really a problem. It was a joint creation, not just of the NDP, but a joint creation of the NDP and the Conservative government that was in power for years prior to 2015. And since then, the federal government has increased the funding per year to this government by over $1 billion. So the idea that we're short on money is not true. And the fact is that the premier has been doing what he does so often, which is to pretend he's much poorer and has less money than he actually has. So I wanted to put those words on the record. This is not a good budget. This is a budget that continues to give people who have more than they need while depriving people in desperate straits of the help they really need. So with that, I'll close. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are there any further members wishing to speak in debate? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The House will now resume consideration of second reading of Bill 2, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2020. As a reminder, the Minister has already moved the second reading motion. A question period was already held on the bill, and the official opposition critic and the Honourable Member for St. Boniface have already spoken to the bill. At this point, the Honourable Member for River Heights and the Honourable Member for Tyndall Park can each speak to the bill for 10 minutes each. And I'm just the Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I would like to speak to this bill. We have major problems with particular elements of this bill. One is the action of this government in this bill to make it impossible, according to the legislation, for people to go to the government, to sue the government, to collect money which really belonged to children who were in the care of Child and Family Services. And I want to, in looking at this, I'm going to go back to the fall of 2015 and the early winter, middle winter in February of 2016. And I'm going to point out that when the current premier was leader of the opposition, And we know that then as now, the Premier micromanages things and is on top of what's being asked in question period and so on. And so we had questions, a series of 9 questions, which were raised by the MLA for Portage La Prairie, who is still a part of the government. And in these questions, the MLA for Portage La Prairie points out that these taking this money was illegal and immoral, and it left children and agencies very vulnerable. Now, I'll just review this because it's worthwhile that people remember this and recognize what the situation is and was. November 23rd of 2015, the member for Portage La Prairie asked the fact that the government was taking away the children's special allowances. He said, "Can the minister tell this House whether children in care benefit directly from the children's special allowances, or does it just disappear into general revenue?" Well, the NDP minister of the time didn't answer the question very well, and we now know that money went into general revenue. So the MLA for Portage La Prairie then asked, why did the NDP government end the practice of directly benefiting the child in care, which the NDP had done? And the minister of the day, the NDP minister, goes on, but doesn't provide an explanation of why the NDP ended this practice of directly funding and benefiting children in care. Then in his third question, the MLA for Portage La Prairie says this: before 2012, CFS agencies often ran deficits due to ever-increasing numbers of children in care. This NDP government decided to take the money held in trust for CFS children when they turned 18 and use this money to pay off the deficit in that agency. There were no agreements in place to allow them to do this. The government took money which was held in trust for children when they aged out of care at age 18. And the MLA for Portage goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, this NDP government stole this money from the trust fund of the children in care, and in doing, stole their good start in life. And what we now know from the reports of many people is that a lot of these children, when they aged out of care, ended up in homeless shelters because they had no other resources and because those resources had been taken away from them by the provincial government of the day. And then the MLA for Portage La Prairie continued, I think it was December the 1st of that same year, 2015, again under the supervision of the current Premier. And the MLA asked, why is this federal transfer intended for the care and maintenance of nearly 11,000 children not going to the benefit of these children? Again, there was not a good answer. So the MLA for Portage asked the second question. Mr. Speaker, this is a minister who's responsible for nearly 11,000 children in care and has risen that to a new high across Canada. I'd be ashamed if I was her. And he asks, why did the NDP government end the practice of directly benefiting the child in care with this federal transfer money? And it is clear, as we now know from a lot of work that has been done since then, that is exactly what the government of that day did. The MLA for Portage went on to talk about certain agencies which were doing a great job. Nelson House was one. And he talks about how can an agency that's shown such positive results in reductions of children in care be a target for clawbacks of funding by this government. He continued with another question. How does this government steal the future of these most vulnerable children and call that fair? Madam Speaker, the government of the day in 2015 and 2016 was clearly not behaving very well toward children in care. And the MLA for Portage, who's a current member of this government, and a close friend, I understand, of the Premier, and it was working with the Premier. The MLA for Portage and the Premier recognized that the NDP government of the day was stealing the future of these most vulnerable children, and that was not fair. And then on February 25th of 2016, we have a situation where what was happening was this line of questioning continued. And on this occasion, the MLA for Portage says this: Mr. Speaker, this House may recall in the fall session that we asked about this government's clawback of the children's special allowance paid by the federal government to the First Nations agencies. Despite having no agreements in place with the First Nations agencies, this government continues to claw back these federal dollars, whose purpose, and I quote, whose exclusive purpose is the care, maintenance, and advancement of children in care. This money goes into general revenue when it's clawed back. And he asks, Mr. Speaker, have these illegal, immoral clawbacks impacted these agencies and left them vulnerable? And obviously, this in fact was the case. And the fact is that the Premier and the MLA for Portage La Prairie back in 2015 and 2016 knew that what was happening was illegal and immoral. And now the Premier and the MLA for Portage La Prairie and all the members of the Conservative Party who are in this legislature have brought forward a bill to double down on taking this money away and never giving it back. It is incredible that the government, when in opposition, could have called this process that was being undertaken by the NDP as illegal and immoral and stealing from children. And now the government is doubling down, and it is legalizing theft. It is legalizing the taking of money from children in this bill. And that is why we are so strongly opposed. We also don't like the part of this bill which deals with breaking a contract that the government has had for a home that was being used to help children. This is a home at 800 Adele, and it was being used to help children to do better. It was being helped children who were being looked after by Marymount. And this government, in the middle of the night, took the children out of there and has not found a use for this home, which could have continued to benefit children in this province and children who were marginalized and children who were having difficulties. So that, Madam Speaker, is a second reason why we, as Manitoba Liberals, are opposed to this bill. We don't like a government which is engaging in immoral and illegal theft. We don't like a government which is breaking contracts. We will vote against this bill. Thank you.
Is the House ready for the question? The question before the House is second reading of Bill Number 2, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed?
No.
All those in favor, please say yay.
Nay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. The motion is accordingly carried.
Madam Speaker, on division.
The motion is carried on division. We will now resolve into Committee of the Whole to to consider Bill 2, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please take the chair.
Will the Committee of the Whole please come to order? This committee will consider the following bill. Bill number 2, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2020. During the consideration of the bill, the enacting clause and the title are postponed until all other clauses have been considered in their proper order. Also, if there is agreement from the committee, the chair will call clauses in blocks that are conformed to pages, which is understanding that we will stop at any particular clause or clauses where members have any members have any comments, questions, or amendments to propose. Is that agreed? Agreed. It's so ordered. We shall now proceed by clause. Shall clauses 1 and 2 pass? Clauses 1 and 2 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 3 through 7 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 3 through 7 are accordingly passed. Shall clause 8 pass?
Pass. Pass.
Clause 8 is accordingly passed. Shall the clauses 9 and 10 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 9 and 10 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 11 through 13 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 11 through 13 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 14 through 17 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 14 through 17 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 18 through 20 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 18 through 20 are accordingly passed. Shall clause 21 pass?
No more paper presentations. No.
Clauses 21 is accordingly passed.
We watched the.
Is there a there's no debate. Okay, 21. Shall clauses 21 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 21 accordingly passed. Shall clause 22 pass?
Pass.
Clause 2 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 22 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 23 pass?
Pass.
Clause 23 is accordingly passed. Shall clauses 24 and 25 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 24 and 25 are accordingly passed. Shall clause 26 pass?
Pass.
26 is accordingly passed. Clause 26 is accordingly passed. Shall clauses 27 and 28 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 27 and 28 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 29 through 33 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 29 through 33 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 34 through 36 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 34 through 36 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 37 and 38 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 37 and 38 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 39 through 42 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 39 through 42 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 43 through 49 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 43 through 49 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 50 through 53 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 50 through 53 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 54 and 55 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 54 and 55 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 56 through 58 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 56 through 58 are accordingly passed. Shall clause 59 pass?
Pass.
Clause 59 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 60 pass?
Pass.
Clause 60 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 61 pass?
Pass.
Clause 61 is accordingly passed. Shall clauses 62 through 64 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 62 through 64 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 65 and 66 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 65 and 66 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 67 and 68 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 67 and 68 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 69 through 72 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 69 through 72 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 73 and 74 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 73 and 74 are accordingly passed. Shall clause 75 pass?
Pass.
Clause 75 is accordingly passed. Shall clauses 76 through 78 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 76 through 78 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 79 through 81 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 79 through 81 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 82 through 84 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 82 through 84 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 85 through 88 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 85 through 88 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 89 through 91 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 89 through 91 are accordingly passed. Shall clause 92 pass?
Pass.
Clause 92 is accordingly passed. Shall clause 93 pass? Clause 93 is accordingly passed. Shall clauses 94 through 96 pass? Clauses 94 through 96 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 97 through 99 pass? Clauses 97 through 99 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 100 through 107 pass? Clauses 100 through 107 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 108 and 109 pass? Clauses 108 and 109 are accordingly passed. Shall clause 110 pass? Clause 110 is accordingly passed. Shall clauses 111 through 117 pass? Clauses 111 through 117 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 118 through 122 pass? Clauses 118 through 122 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 123 and 124 pass? Clauses 123 and 124 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 125 through 127 pass? Clauses 125 through 127 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 128 through 131 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 128 through 131 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 132 and 133 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 132 and 133 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 134 and 135 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 134 and 135 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 136 through 139 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 136 through 139 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 140 through 145 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 140 through 145 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 146 through 149 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 146 through 149 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 150 through 152 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 150 through 152 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 153 through 155 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 153 through 155 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 156 through 158 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 156 through 158 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 159 through 163 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 159 through 163 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 164 through 166 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 164 through 166 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 167 pass? Clause 167 is accordingly passed. Shall clauses 168 through 170 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 168 through 170 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 171 and 172 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 171 and 172 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 173 through 176 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 173 through 176 is accordingly passed. Shall clauses 177 through 181 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 177 through 181 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 182 through 184 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 182 through 184 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 185 and 186 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 185 and 186 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 187 and 188 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 187 and 188 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 189 pass?
Pass.
Clauses 189 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 190 through 194 pass? Clauses 190 through 194 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 195 through 199 pass? Clauses 195 through 199 are accordingly passed. Shall clause 200 pass? Clause 200 is accordingly passed. Shall clauses 201 and 202 pass? Clauses 201 and 202 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 203 through 206 pass? Clauses 203 through 206 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 207 and 208 pass? Clauses 207 and 208 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 209 and 210 pass? Clauses 209 and 210 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 211 through 213 pass? Clauses 211 through 213 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 214 through 217 pass? Clauses 214 through 217 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 218 through 221 pass? Clauses 218 through 221 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 222 through 226 pass? Clauses 222 through 226 are accordingly passed. Shall clauses 227 through 229 pass? Clauses 227 through 229 are accordingly passed. Shall clause 230 pass?
No.
I hear no.
No.
Hey, I would ask leave of members if we could introduce an amendment at this clause.
There's no amendments, and there's no speaking on this. There's no debate on this clause by clause on this bill.
Yeah, I mean, that is correct, but I can still ask leave of the House to introduce an amendment.
We're in committee. You can't ask leave for the House.
Oh, okay. Well, then we will vote against Bill or Clause 230.
Okay. All those in favor of Clause 230? Yeah, all those in favor of Clause 230, please say yay. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Clause 230 is accordingly passed. Shall Clause 231 pass?
No.
No. I hear no.
No, definitely.
Shall all those in favor of Clause 231 please say yay.
Yay. Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, a recorded vote.
Order. The official opposition House Leader has stood up. The honourable member for the honourable opposition House Leader.
A recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Call in the members.